Okay, good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me okay. I'm sorry we can't meet in person, but actually the advantage of meeting online is that we can have more people. In the past, I could only fit about 20 people into the room, and today we have 49 people enrolled and 36 people online. So I'm recording this whole session in Zoom, so you'll be able to watch back if there's anything you want to watch again. Now, as far as materials are concerned, so let me first of all share Moodle. So I trust you all are able to log into Moodle okay in order to get the Zoom details. So inside Zoom, inside Moodle on the left-hand side, there is a link for courseware folder in Google Drive. So you need to be logged in to your Hong Kong U email. And then inside that, there is a shared folder. And inside that shared folder, I have placed 3 sets of materials. So the first and most important thing is a PDF of my Introduction to Quantitative Research Methods book. So those of you who have taken any of my grad school courses will have an earlier copy of this book. I encourage you to download this version. I've updated it. I continue to update the book. And I'm going to rely on one of the chapters in this book for our primary materials today. There are also 2 folders. The BD PDFs is a whole series of other materials I have collected on big data analysis, some of which I will go through, some of which I won't. And there's another folder called Big Data Files, which has the data files that we're going to look at later on today as an example. Okay, so I encourage you to download all of these materials to your computer. As I said, we will look at the big data files later on, but I'm going to start looking at the IQRM book in a few minutes. Okay, so these materials will remain available in Google Drive. If for any reason you can't get access to Google Drive now, they will still be there when you come back to Hong Kong. Okay, so I'm going to stop that share for a minute. And instead, I'm going to share my course book. Okay, so this course book, let's put it in a, so this course book is called Introduction to Quantitative Research Methods, but it has a lot of materials in it. So for those of you who haven't taken one of my courses, this book is licensed under the Creative Commons license. Attribution, non-commercial, share alike. That means you're welcome to share this book as widely as you like. You need to give me credit for any materials, and you cannot use it for commercial purposes. You can't sell parts of this book without my agreement. And you'll see I updated this yesterday. So the version is written as 2021-0407. It's got my email address. So if you've taken my introductory course, you will have covered the research methods chapter, the association and causation, research design. The basics of qualitative research I borrowed from someone else. Measuring instruments, probability, statistical computing, summarizing data, estimation, hypothesis testing, and relationships between pairs of variables. If you've taken my second level course, we covered relationships between pairs of variables, multiple regression, analysis of variance, general linear model, generalized linear model, experimental design, and time series. If you have signed up for my hands-on applied course, in that course, which actually starts on Saturday, we will cover JMP basics, data display with JMP, model building. If you have signed up for my workshop on R, we will cover chapter 20 on R basics, 21 on data display, and 22 on model building. Now, I had originally planned to do the R workshop first for reasons I don't understand. The grad school in their wisdom reordered my workshops. So we're going to cover the big data chapter today, chapter 23. And I have another workshop coming up on hierarchical linear models where we will refer to chapter 24. And then the last chapter here is about STACS, Statistical Advice Center for Students. If you want one-on-one help with a specific problem in your thesis rather than general teaching help, you can apply for STACS through the grad school. There is a link here to the grad school form. You need to get your supervisor to sign it, and then we can have an online session. So let's go back. We're going to look at chapter 23 today. So I need to skip forward to page 240 something. Let's see whether I can get down there. Right, so our learning objective for this workshop is to understand how to handle data sets which are too large to fit into memory on a typical computer and have some idea of the risks when analyzing large data sets. So that's, it says data sets too large to fit into memory. That's not, doesn't necessarily cover the whole aspect of big data. So, sorry, just a minute. So let's just think about this for a minute, because if we think about this, what is big data, right? So I was reading a paper about the history of the term big data. And in fact, originally, big data was a very vague term. It was arguably introduced about 40 years ago by somebody working for one of the big computer companies in Silicon Valley, a company called Silicon Graphics. And that guy basically just meant that as computers get more powerful in terms of CPU power, in terms of memory capacity, in terms of storage, and in terms of network connections, then we can handle larger and larger data sets. but he wasn't really, he wasn't really involved in the analysis of data at all. He was really looking from a technology perspective. And arguably, the first person who used big data in an analysis context was an econometrician who essentially was looking at revised algorithms which could handle bigger data sets. So today, though, when we talk about big data, people talk about the V's. So the first V, which is the one we're going to primarily talk about today, is volume. So volume can mean tall data, whereby tall data we mean many records. So we use capital N usually to mean the number of records in our data set. Wide data, that means many variables, which means P. We usually use capital P to mean the number of variables. And then model complexity. So in the best case, calculation usually increases linear in N, meaning if we double the number of records, usually the calculation time will at least double. But as far as the number of variables are concerned, the increase may be much faster. So many algorithms increase proportional to NP squared. So at least according to the square of the number of variables, not simply the number of variables. So you can see that if either P squared gets large or N gets large, or they all get large, then the time to do the calculation may get large, and indeed the amount of memory required to do the calculations may also get large. So the other V's that people refer to, variety, that means non-standard data coding. So that could mean we deal with text or audio or video. There is some text in the examples we're going to look at later, but we're only going to look at that text in a very simple way. I don't have time today to talk about textual analysis. That's a whole workshop topic in itself. We have velocity. So this generally means we're talking about real-time data. So if we have real-time data, we may need to process our data continuously. So some of the data files we're going to look at are actually generated every day, or at least they're updated every day with additions. And then lastly, there's the issue of what's called veracity, meaning can we trust the data? So there are at least three key concepts: reliability, validity, and representativeness. So these are covered in chapters 3 and 5 of the course book. I just want to go back to those briefly to make sure you've understood what these concepts are. So let me go back. Chapter 3. So if you haven't gone through my course, I encourage you to go back and look at this. So chapter 3 is a chapter on research design, and the key concept there was representativeness. So representativeness means the extent to which any sample that we're dealing with is similar to the population on the characteristics of interest. So this is essential if we want to draw conclusions about the whole population based on a sample. Now, there are some situations where people say that in theory, they have collected data from the whole population. But it's very rare that we really do have data on the whole population. Often, there are some elements of the population which are not included in our data set. So unless we essentially have perfect population coverage, there will always be some way in which our sample isn't similar to the population. And the key question is, how can we ensure representativeness? So the only way we can ensure it in general is through probability samples. So the key thing about probability samples is that all sampling units should have a known non-zero chance of selection. So as long as we know the chance of selection, we can adjust for unequal chances of inclusion. So for example, what would be an example of that? So for example, let's say we were selecting people based on their mobile phone number. So the chance of selection is not equal for two reasons. One is people who have multiple mobile phone numbers. So we can adjust for that if we know how many mobile phone numbers you have. So that's the known probability issue, but the zero probability is that there are some people still who don't have mobile phone numbers. So that means that our sample cannot be fully representative in the sense we're excluding people who do not have a mobile phone number. So I encourage you to read this chapter if you want to have a deeper understanding of representativeness. So that becomes a big idea because people often think that with large enough data sets, the problem of representativeness goes away, but it doesn't. It can even get worse. And then chapter 5 is about measuring instruments. Again, if you've taken my first level course, you should know this. If you haven't, so the key criteria for measuring something, so reliability has many meanings, both in science and in daily life. So for engineers, reliability basically means the probability that something hasn't failed. But in research design, reliability means that we get consistent answers. So if we measure something repeatedly, do we get the same answer? Clearly, if we get very different answers, the reliability is low and it's not as trustworthy that we're measuring the right thing. So there's different forms of consistency across time, across our measuring instrument and the like. Again, this is discussed in more detail here. The other thing is validity. Are we actually measuring the thing we seek to measure, the concept we're trying to measure? So this is very important. This is often something that scientists don't think about. It's something that social scientists worry about a lot more because they know that often the things they are measuring may not be measuring the concept too well. This can be a serious problem with bias. There may be some bias in what we're measuring compared to what we think we're measuring. Again, I encourage you to read this chapter if you haven't already, so you have some idea of what some of the problems can be. And particularly that with big data sets, where often we don't get to choose how things are measured, it's being measured by someone else. This can be a major problem, that what's in the data may not be necessarily what we think is in the data. So it's very important to look carefully at validity. And I'm not going to talk about precision and the other things right now. Let's go back to where we were. We were up here somewhere, yeah. Okay, so veracity is really very important, that we need to be able to be sure that we can trust this data. And I'm not going to talk about this too much today. Again, I encourage you to read chapters 3 and 5 of the course book if these are not things you already know about. Okay, so in today's workshop, we're primarily going to talk about volume, particularly the issue of N being large or NP being large. And I will explain a little bit more about why. Now, one related concept that I want to talk about briefly is open data. So what is open data? Open data is essentially data which is openly available for anyone to use in any legitimate manner. So I don't have time to talk about it. There is a link here to a page on my center's website. We're actually in the middle of a conference, a webinar conference on open data. We've had 2 panels already. The first panel was on spatial data and COVID, which often involves large data sets, big data sets, and digital literacy and employment, perhaps not so relevant for today's presentation. But there are also some standalone videos on open data. And one of those videos I want to play for you now. This video is called Safely Maximizing Value from Publicly Funded Data. So this introduces you to some of the concepts around the difficulties of getting access to data and safely using that data. So I'm now going to switch my share. If you have any problems or difficulties, please send me a message in chat. You can send me a direct message. You don't have to share it with everyone else. Okay, where are we? So if I now switch to my YouTube one, okay. So I'm going to show you this video. We will discuss some of the issues in here later on in the chapter from the book, but this introduces you to many of the concepts, and it tells you something of my background as well and why I'm interested in these topics. Hi, this is a presentation that I previously gave to a group of taught postgraduate students, and I thought it might be helpful as a piece of background for people attending the Open Data Conference. So this is framed more broadly than open data, but I hope at least you will see how open data fits within a somewhat broader framework. So I entitle my presentation, Safely Maximizing Value from Publicly Funded Data. Okay, and I've listed different affiliations here. So this is not really about boasting. This is just trying to explain the context in which I'm coming from in evaluating this idea. So I'm currently the director of the Social Science Research Center, although I will be retiring soon. I'm the lead on knowledge exchange in Hong Kong U, but I previously played a number of different roles. I was the chair of the Human Research Ethics Committee for a long time. I was the lead on research data management policy for Hong Kong U. I've previously been a chair of the subcommittee on privacy for the Law Reform Commission, and I was previously a member of the audit team for the Hospital Authority for the PCPD. So I have a specific interest and knowledge about Hospital Authority data. So what's the context of this talk? So I'm going to start with a statement. So this is a statement that said, publicly funded data are a public good produced in the public interest, which should be made openly available with as few restrictions as possible in a timely and responsible manner that does not harm intellectual property. So the only thing in which this is my statement is that I've removed the word research. So this was actually originally a statement about publicly funded research data. So this statement was actually made by the research councils in the UK. So this is the primary funder of research in the UK, so that their context is publicly funded research. But I don't think research is a crucial element of this statement. I believe this statement is appropriate for all publicly funded data. In fact, arguably, it should also cover publicly regulated data, but I don't want to get into that discussion in this particular presentation. So at least I would argue this should cover all publicly funded data. So because this was a presentation for students, I wanted them to think through a number of questions, and I would also like you to think about these questions and see whether you agree with my perspective during this presentation. So this presentation is meant to be somewhat provocative in order to try and help you to think through these issues. So first of all, is this statement justified? So my justification for this would be, if it's publicly funded, then clearly it should lead to public benefit. So the argument is that this public good is about maximizing the public benefit from this public funding. Secondly, as I just hinted, should it be all publicly funded data rather than just publicly funded research data? Indeed, should it even be publicly regulated data as well as publicly funded data? Thirdly, what does a responsible manner mean? So I'm going to argue it's primarily about privacy and about intellectual property risk. And then there's also the issue, of course, about how does maximizing public value link to being openly available? And if it's not openly available, how can we still maximize value? So that's something I'm going to talk about in this presentation. And lastly, is tragedy of the commons relevant? So what's tragedy of the commons? So this is a concept amongst lawyers and economists, basically saying the problem is often that the benefit is not to the person who has something, it's to the whole public. So in other words, if I have some data, if I've got some data in my hands, why should I share it if I don't see what the benefit is to me rather than the public benefit? So public benefit is a challenging situation in many situations where the individual who has something in their hands maybe doesn't care too much about public benefit, they just care about their private benefit. So we need to think through about who benefits in these situations. So let's start from thinking about the government. So obviously that's a crucial issue in Hong Kong. What is the government's position? So the government's normal answer to concern about the risks of sharing information is very simple. Don't share it unless required to, even if it's not personal data. And I'm going to talk a little bit later on about the example of police data on crimes at the district level. So we need to understand that Hong Kong doesn't have a government records law or a freedom of information law, which many advanced economies do have. Both of these are currently being considered by the Law Reform Commission, although I point out that freedom of information was first proposed in 1994 together with the Personal Data Privacy Ordinance. So Christine Lowe and Anna Wu in particular trying to persuade the government in 1994 that we needed a freedom of information law. So this is not, if you like, just a post-handover issue. This is a long-term issue in Hong Kong where we have been behind the curve, even though if we'd implemented it in 1994, we would have been relatively advanced. And as I'm going to explain to you later on, although the Hong Kong government does have a code of access to information, it's very weak and not, frankly, very useful in many situations. So why is the code of access a problem? Well, just to give you some examples, there are some massive exemptions in here. I'm not going to go through these in detail. You can read them yourself. I'm going to give you the presentation for download. I'm just going to highlight the bolded parts. So if disclosure would harm or prejudice the competitive or financial position or the property interests of the government, well, in almost any situation, it could potentially harm or prejudice the property interests of the government to make data available. But what are the property interests of the government? Surely, if the government is for the people, these should be the interests of the people. So this to me is back to front. Competitive with whom? Whom is the government competing with? Financial position, well, again, financial position of the government should be about what benefits the public, right? And then information could only be made available by unreasonable diversion of the department's resources. Well, what is unreasonable in this context? Obviously, there will always be some diversion of the department's resources in order to make information available. So who gets to decide unreasonable? Well, the government does. Well, that's obviously a bit of a problem. If the government themselves gets to decide what's unreasonable, then they can justify not making any information available simply because it requires some resources. And then it also says where disclosure could be misleading or deprive the department or any other person of priority of publication or commercial value. Well, clearly, making any information available potentially makes the department deprived of commercial value. But again, who should be benefiting from this, right? And what this disclosure could be misleading mean? Again, that's a very, very broad exemption. And then information about any person, including a deceased person, unless such disclosure is consistent with the purposes for which information was collected. Well, deceased people are not covered by the privacy law. They're explicitly excluded. So this is then much broader. So any deceased person means essentially no historical information can be made available if there's any person involved in this, whenever they lived. In other words, even if somebody died 100 years ago, this could be still used as a justification for an exemption. So just to give you a simple example, I did a government-funded research project. The government refused to release the full report. They only agreed to release the executive summary, and they threatened to sue me if I released it myself. even though this was a government-funded research project, it was not a, it was intended to be a research project. It was about the use of language in the workplace. So it's clearly of value to employers in Hong Kong, and yet they refused to release the full report, right, and threatened to sue me, claiming it was a commercial interest. But this was funded as a research project through LegCo funding, not as a commercial project. So what about the CE's election manifesto? So she actually had some very positive things in her election manifesto. She said she would increase the transparency of government information and data. Measures include opening up more government data for social policy research and public participation in policy formulation. Well, I would question whether that actually has happened in practice. I will give some examples in a minute. She also said that she supported an archives law. She said she placed great importance on the integrity of government records. She had a positive position towards passing of law, and the government will follow up on this after receiving a report from the Law Reform Commission, which has still not appeared. And you'll notice there's no mention of the access to information law, which is going together with the archives law. So what use are records if nobody can access the information in those records? So let me just say something about what the LRC proposals were. So this is the proposals that were put out for consultation, not the final version. So these were put out in 2019. There are many problems with the proposals on archives law, including a focus only on government records rather than on the records of public bodies, and no discussion of the principles of transparency and accountability, which in other jurisdictions are the core of a records law, right? It's all about transparency and accountability. There's basically no discussion of these principles whatsoever in the proposal. It's as if this is just a pure administrative issue without any principles underpinning it. The access to information proposals, which came out at the same time, also have many problems. They have a very narrow definition of public bodies, a frankly dishonest assessment of effectiveness of the existing code. If you look at the Ombudsman's assessment, you will realize that their assessment of effectiveness is completely flawed. So dishonest is a very strong word, but I feel that that's in fact an appropriate word here. No reference to open data, no reference to metadata, which is the data about how data was collected, which is essential. It focused entirely on cost and administrative convenience, ignoring principles and that digital distribution is close to free. Propose a ridiculously wide exemption for research and for internal discussion, which would mean that much research data would not be available. So I talked about responsible sharing or safe sharing. So for non-personal data, in general, there is very few safety problems, right? I won't say there are no safety problems at all. So for example, if you provide very detailed information about, say, how a police station is set up, you might argue there are some safety issues, or how a prison is set up. So if everybody could get very detailed information about prison security, clearly that would be a potential security risk. But for most non-personal data held by government, there should be very few safety problems. So the primary issue, I'd argue, is really about personal data. The primary issue for personal data is assuming that it has been anonymized. So in theory, it's no longer personal data. The problem is about protecting against re-identification. And I will say something about that a little bit later. So I'm going to argue that intellectual property here should be an almost non-issue, because for publicly funded data, the intellectual property benefit should generally belong to the community, right? It shouldn't just be for civil servants to determine who gets access to information. Now, I will not say there is no exception to this, but in general, if this is publicly funded data, why should the whole community not benefit from access to information? Now, in fact, unfortunately, even now, the government research contracts still focus on protecting IP rights without any allowance for sharing data. So I spent almost a month arguing with the government recently over a research contract where they insisted that there would be no sharing element in the contract whatsoever. It simply says that even though I did the research for the government, I would have no right of access whatsoever, and I would have to delete all the data at the end of the contract. So even though the government has said all these things in the past, in practice, the contracts they're asking academics to sign, or indeed anybody else to sign, are entirely focused on intellectual property rights without any balancing concern. There is also issues about the trading fund model. So lands registry for maps, or the company's registry, which rely on income from fees to access publicly funded data, which clearly limits the ability of everyone to make the best use of the data. Now, to be fair, the lands registry is making some attempt to change, but I would argue as long as the trading fund model is in existence, there is a problem. So we have to rethink the funding model for government departments, which have previously been on a trading fund model, which basically means they rely on fee income, right? So the amount of fees that they obtain may be in the tens of millions of dollars, but compared, I would argue, compared to the public benefit, these are relatively small sums of money, and the administrative cost of these fees is not small. Okay, so let me tell you a little bit of story about why I feel quite strongly about this. So this was a public policy research project I did looking at language use in Hong Kong across different constituencies of different districts. So the tables for this data was no problem. I could get that from census, and they had no difficulty because there was no privacy risk. And the constituency boundaries, in theory, already existed because they'd been prepared for the registration electoral office. However, I was told, although I could have these boundaries, I could not share them. So how can you construct maps publicly available without making the boundaries publicly available? Right, so I was told I could have the boundaries but not share them. But I pointed out that the registration electoral office had already paid for these boundaries to be created, and they claimed to be transparent. So after some pushing, much to my surprise, the Lands Department gave in, possibly due to the registration electoral office being embarrassed by the fact that they claim to be transparent, and yet the data that underpins the electoral maps was not publicly available. And I encourage you to go and have a look at these maps. I've given you the link here to have some idea. So these are the 2011 results. I'm soon to make it available the 2016 census results, which are even more interesting, because it will have written language as well as oral. So what about sensitive data? So the Personal Data Protection Ordinance report, sorry, I should say the PCPD report implicitly. So this was the report by the Law Reform Commission on personal data. So that agreed that there were some problems with defining sensitive data because that can be culturally sensitive, and in principle, any personal data can lead to discrimination or other negative consequences. So there were some specific suggestions considered for later addition to the ordinance, but the commissioner's paper actually was flawed because they didn't distinguish between the risks from biometrics. So with biometrics, the risk is that they're immutable. So for example, your fingerprint, you cannot change it if your fingerprint gets leaked. Or your retina scan, right, of your eye. Also, once somebody has that image, then there's nothing you can do about it. That's one type of risk of sensitive data. The other type of risk is publication of sensitive data, such as your long-term health status. In other words, have you ever had HIV? Have you had other illnesses which are perhaps sensitive because they might link to your sexual activity? So let me now say something about open data. So this was the original focus for this conference, and it is crucial as an element of this. So what are the specific issues about open data? So open data generally means data that is freely available to everyone to use for any purpose other than perhaps illegal purposes. So there may be some statement you cannot use for illegal purposes, but of course, once the data is freely available, it's very hard to stop illegal purposes. And generally people can republish it as they wish. So we're accepting that there would be no copyright restrictions or patents or other mechanisms of control. So this clearly maximizes the public benefit. However, it also means we need to be careful that the risk is indeed very low for any misuse, as it's very hard to restrict unethical use once the data is made freely available. And so if that data has ever been personal data, it's often very hard to ensure very low risk because of re-identification risk.
So I haven't really explained re-identification risk, so let me give some examples. So for example, if I have hourly GPS location data from your phone for even one day, I can probably re-identify you from that data, unless all you did was sit in a very big Starbucks that has many people going in and out. But even then, if I know that you sat in there the whole day, there probably aren't very many other people who sat in that particular Starbucks for the whole day. Or for another example, if I know the exact time and date of admission to a specific hospital, although that may not be quite unique, and in other situations it will be unique because you may be the only person who arrived at that exact time and date at that particular hospital, because other people arrived a few seconds or minutes later. Or for example, if I have the IP address of a website you accessed and I have the exact time of access down to a microsecond, that's probably still sufficient to be a unique identifier. So we can re-identify many individuals, even if direct identifiers such as ID card number or hospital number or mobile phone number have been removed already. And again, obviously, the more data we collect on each individual, and we will talk a little bit about the e-health records later on, the easier it's going to be to re-identify individuals. So let's talk about a specific example of a very extensive data set. So the census data. Now, in fact, census data in theory covers everyone, but in practice, most of the census data is only on a 1/10 sample. So how does census handle this? Well, generally their attitude has been to destroy all paper questionnaires after input, make statistical tables available for free, and allow secure access to data sets. So that's actually, from some perspectives, a very good and comprehensive response to make maximal benefit from the data. However, this means that by destroying all the original questionnaires, historical research on individual identifiable census data records is impossible. So for example, in the US or the UK, you can go back and get the individual census data records from a century ago on the assumption that most people from then are dead, and you can look it up. So I looked up and I could find where my grandparents lived in London in the 1914 census, if I remember. No, maybe it's the 1911 census. I can't remember the exact year. And I could see who was living in their household at that time. So that's very interesting to me, to try and look at the history of my family members. But the census approach does allow analysis of individual records without identifiers because they do privacy risks on the resultant output from your secure access. So that's still a reasonable balance between the different issues, even though there is this, we have lost some of the opportunities of historical analysis. So what about public registers? So this has become an issue again. So again, if you look at the history of the Data Protection Ordinance, there are access and correction protections in there prior to proposed adverse administrative or private decisions, and matching approval should only be given if the competing social need overrides privacy interest. So with public registers, it was recommended that the use limitation exemption would only apply for the original purpose. So it was agreed that the government would deal with these issues rather than putting all the details inside the ordinance, making it very long and complicated. Unfortunately, the government hasn't dealt with these issues. So the recent problems with journalists accessing the Transport Department vehicle data have made this very clear. And indeed, also the problems trying to fix the company's ordinance to deal with the privacy issues, where in the end, LegCo rejected amendments to the company's ordinance, which would have provided the necessary protections of privacy. So in fact, the government issued a memo in 2000, which they still have not lived up to. So that had guidelines on the protection of personal data in public registers, and it had a whole list of issues that were supposed to be addressed, most of which have not been adequately addressed. And again, in 2012, the government restated that putting personal data in the public domain does not make the data available for use for any purpose. In other words, it should be only for the original purpose. So let's look at a specific example, the app called Do No Evil. So this was a key example of a private sector app matching government data sets, litigation, bankruptcy, and company directorship without proper protections in 2013, which indeed got awards from government agencies for being a great example of IT development. But they clearly did not realize that they had not undergone a proper privacy review. So the Privacy Commissioner's Office indeed said, disclosure of litigation, bankruptcy, and company directors' data via the app has exceeded reasonable expectation on the use of this information in the public domain. It's neither consistent with nor directly related to the original purposes of the judiciary. The ORO is the official this is about bankruptcy, and the company's registry in collecting the complainant's litigation and bankruptcy data, and hence the company GDI had contravened the ordinance. Okay, sounding all okay and fine, except it was clearly a privacy problem. We agree, because they had matched on name and address and they gave no access or correction. So there's potential for serious negative consequences from matching errors, hence the need for action. But the problem is, there was no original purpose stated. So the judiciary nowhere states the purpose, and the company's registry releases the address data of directors without giving any information about what the purpose was. So this was a massive problem. How were people meant to know what the purpose was when it's not stated? So I actually very strongly disagreed with what the Privacy Commissioner's judgment, the basis of their judgment, although I agreed with the conclusion that the app was a problem, saying that they should have known what the purpose was, in my view, ridiculous. Okay, so let's now look at another specific example of e-health records. So Hong Kong is very special because the public hospitals records are nearly free. They're very widely used, and they keep very complete electronic records for hospitals and indeed for public health clinics, including sexual hygiene clinics. So it's a very comprehensive data set. The problem is that the legislation for e-health records had a serious flaw, that it said that you can only opt in for all data to be included, which the government chooses to include, or nothing. There is no intermediate stage. You cannot say, I do not want some of my health data to be included. It's either all or nothing. And of course, big data enthusiasts want access to this data, claiming that anonymity removes the risks, but they clearly do not understand re-identification risks. Indeed, if you look at the current vaccination process of the government, they're encouraging you to sign up for e-health records without adequately explaining what the privacy consequences are of signing up to the e-health record system, which I personally consider irresponsible. What about research data? So as I said, this originally was framed in terms of research data. So Hong Kong U has taken the lead in Hong Kong by requiring archiving of research data for new research projects. So it's like, in the government context, it's the equivalent of having a data records law. We say, all new research projects, you must archive the research data, and all research postgraduates who create new data sets must archive their data sets together with the thesis. But the objective is not about sharing. It's about research integrity. In other words, if there's any question about whether your research data is indeed valid or anything has been changed or manipulated, at least we have the original research data to go back and check. So there's no obligation to ever share your research data, regardless of whether there's any privacy risk or of what the benefit might be from reanalysis. And of course, very few people have shared their data so far. So one of the problems, of course, is academics are often very naive about personal data. So for example, in my previous experience, I had colleagues get very angry with me. They had collected DNA samples. They wanted to share them with everyone they felt free to without consent, because they said it's anonymized data, so there is no privacy concern. Well, of course, unfortunately, DNA is an almost perfect re-identification tool. Indeed, not just for you, it may be a re-identification tool for all your close relatives. So I do want to make clear that the government does deserve credit for what they've already achieved. So data.gov.hk was indeed a good start and has improved greatly over time. The coverage has improved greatly. The licensing has improved, but there are still many crucial data sets missing. So, for example, there's almost nothing in there relating to policing or crime. So, for example, crime details by district. The police deny that this data set even exists when I try to get access to it through the Code of Information. But the Hong Kong statistics are created by accumulating the crime details by district across districts. So clearly it exists, and I know from people inside the police force, they've confirmed that it does exist. Of course, you can speculate as to why the police don't want to share it, but that's perhaps for another discussion. So, what's this space? In other words, to me, the key question for now is whether the final law reform commissions will be reasonable and whether they will be implemented. And I certainly, in my retirement, because I don't believe this will happen before June 30th, will be attending any LegCo panel meetings if I can. And I encourage all of you who care about whether the government keeps good records and whether we can get access to attend those LegCo panel meetings and push very strongly for a very large coverage of both the records law and of the freedom of access law. I think these are going to be really important. So my ending statement, again, I still believe that publicly funded data are a public good, produced in the public interest, and they should be made openly available with as few restrictions as possible in a timely and responsible manner. And I don't frankly believe that the intellectual property harm is a significant issue in most situations. I think that's a distraction. So again, the questions I stated at the beginning, do you agree with me that this statement is justified? Do you believe that it should indeed apply to all publicly funded data or indeed all publicly regulated data? What do we think about being responsible? As I've said, I believe that the primary issue is protecting privacy. How does maximizing public value link to openly available? Well, I would argue we need to make sure that startups and other socially responsible organizations, so whether it's commercial value or social value, we need to make sure that people can make the best possible use of this data. And again, we need to recognize academics are not going to share it of themselves because they see the benefits primarily to themselves rather than the publics of other people reanalyzing those data sets. Okay? So I welcome any questions or comments. I put my post-Hong Kong email address here, so I encourage anybody who's interested in this topic to email me. So I hope you have found this useful as giving you some form of background to the issues about sharing government data. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that gave you some idea of what the issues are. Let me just exit this. Right, so that gives you some idea. Now, you may think some of that is somewhat off the point of big data, but actually, many of the big data sets that we would like to have access to are actually government data sets. So, or they are research data sets. So, whether government data or research data are available turns out to be a really important question in terms of doing open big data analysis. So let me take you back to my presentation again. Right, so what are the other sources of open data? So one of the good international sources is a website called Kaggle. So you need to register if you want to access Kaggle, but Kaggle has a large number of big data sets available for free. Of course, there's lots of data about COVID now available on Kaggle. So for those of you who are interested in accessing some open data sets, I strongly recommend that you register for Kaggle. Let me just switch to that. So if you go to Kaggle, I'm already, oh no, I'm not signed in anymore. I would need to sign in again. But you can, even without signing in, you can at least search for data sets, whatever interests you. And you will see trending data sets. These are data sets that people are interested in. World happiness, vaccine myths, Netflix movies, and heart attack analysis and prediction data sets. So these are actually all relatively small data sets, I believe, but they have some very large data sets inside there. Okay, so in the presentation just now, I talked about data.gov.hk. This is the Hong Kong government's data portal, which wasn't very good in the past, but it continues to improve. There are many data sets now available using documented APIs, meaning application programming interfaces, so you can write an app that accesses the data. They're also quite often available using JSON. JSON is JavaScript text-based objects. Again, that's most useful if you're using a program. And then CSV. So CSV is comma-separated values, which you can read into almost any program. And most CSV files contain the variable names in the first record. If you want more details about CSV, Wikipedia is your friend. So in the early days, a lot of the files in data.gov were actually PDFs. In some cases, they were even image-based PDFs, which are next to impossible to use. You basically would have to do optical character recognition in order to make use of them. But it's improving, and it continues to improve. And all the government departments and bureaus, in theory, have a yearly plan showing what data sets they're going to add to the data portal. However, as I mentioned in my presentation, there are some cases where there are still major gaps. So the police, for example, and crime data, what's available is very limited. Some of them are much better. So as I mentioned in the presentation, maps previously were not generally available, and you had to pay money to access most maps, although there were discounts for academics. But increasingly, the maps are becoming available. In fact, one of the presentations in that Open Data Conference is talking about the plans of Land Department to make those maps available. In fact, there is one error in my presentation. I was told that Lands Department isn't actually a trading fund. What does that mean? It means that all the income they've made in the past from selling maps didn't go back to Lands Department, it went back to the government treasury. So they actually don't mind at all about giving, no longer charging for the maps. And in fact, the experience both in the United Kingdom and in the US of making maps more generally available for free has been wholly positive. In fact, one of the videos in the conference is by somebody from Amazon Web Services who makes a reference to the fact, I think the US map data generally is available for free through Amazon Web Services. And somebody did an analysis showing how much value had been generated by making all those US maps freely available. And it was very large, far greater than they would have ever got by charging for the maps. So I also mentioned in there the e-health records. So this is essentially the hospital authority data. They don't have very much open data because most of the hospital authority data has privacy issues. So the hospital authority does have something now called the Data Collaboration Lab. There are some restrictions which are not too serious for you as long as you're a student. But generally you need a collaborator from inside the hospital authority, although that could be a university professor in Queen Mary, who also has a job in Queen Mary Hospital. You must attend a workshop, and only government, university, and NGO employees can be the principal investigator, but this is already a big improvement. So So let me just show you here. Let's switch to showing you this. So this is the data collaboration lab. You'll see details here about the workshop. You need to basically attend one of the workshops first, and then set up a data collaboration project, and then the self-service data platform. So this is similar to the idea I mentioned that census and statistics have already implemented, which essentially means you're allowed to access the e-health records, but somebody has to check those results and make sure that there is no privacy risk. So that's a big step forward. But, you know, so the original request was saying, why can't we just all access the e-health records directly? That clearly would not be safe. It would be possible to re-identify most people from their e-health records. So that would be a massive privacy risk. But a secure enclave, which is essentially what the model is here for the data collaboration lab, is indeed very reasonable and feasible, although they're starting out with rather small steps. But at least we're on the way. So that's probably the single most important big data set for Hong Kong. So perhaps I should make it clear, why is it so important? Well, if you look at hospital records elsewhere, so the UK in principle should have a better system than Hong Kong, because in the UK, the hospitals are connected up with the private doctors, or rather, I should say the primary care doctors through the National Health Service. But the irony is in the UK, different hospitals in the UK created their own systems. So the level of integration across the country is weak. Whereas in Hong Kong, the hospital authority was put in place and essentially has a common, almost all data is in a common system. So as a result, there are very few people in Hong Kong who are not included in the system. So although Hong Kong is a small place, the coverage of the hospital authority data set is quite enormous, at least as regards hospital care. It's weaker on primary care because most people in Hong Kong use private doctors for primary care, right? But most people use public hospitals for tertiary care, for hospital care. Now, I mentioned census, so let's say a little bit more about that. So the Hong Kong Census 2016 data, so in fact, some of you may know the next census is about to take place. In the next few months, we'll have the 2021 census take place. So if you look at the 2016 data, you can actually build your own tables. So I will look at that in just a minute. The major constraint is you cannot produce very detailed tables. It will auto merge categories as you add variables. So the idea is that this has been designed to be privacy safe. So because this is something which you can do on your own without getting anybody's approval, it automatically will merge categories for you. So for example, if you have age groups, if you were doing one-way tables, you can have very detailed ages. But as you produce more and more complex tables, it will merge those age groups. So you might end up with only maybe 2 or 3 age groups at the end if you're doing very detailed tables. Now, in theory, these tables cover 2006, 2011, and 2016, although in practice, a lot of the data is only available for 2016. You can argue about whether this is big data or not. The population of Hong Kong in 2016 was about 7 million. In fact, 2016 was a bi-census, so it means they didn't try to cover everyone. 2011 and 2021 are full census, which means in theory, all households and all people are covered. However, the full census only asks a very small number of questions. If you want the full set of questions, then you again are back to a sample. So for most of these years, most of the data is only available on a 10% sample. So 10% sample means about 700,000 records. But there is a lot of data on those 700,000 records. So you're not allowed to download the individual records for privacy reasons. So even though it's only a 1/10 sample, you might be able to identify people because you've got so much information about them. And in fact, they're linked at the household level. So let's have a look at this to see how we might generate some data sets. I need to change my screen share again. Right, so this is build your own tables. So let's do a quick illustration. So one of my interests, so I've got to put in the verification code. Okay, so this is not that user-friendly. So step one, it says select available variables. So what can we see? So we click on this, it gives you a list of the different things. Well, that will take you a long time to go through. I don't want to go through all of that. What are the statistics we can look at? So we can look at things for the whole population, for subgroups of the population, the labor force, domestic households, housing and income. So let's start with population. So in other words,
Professor?
Yes?
Professor, we are not seeing your screen. I think it's a pop-up window, maybe.
Ah, okay, thank you very much. Let me try again. Is it showing now? Is that now showing interactive data dissemination?
It's just the census not showing.
Okay, let me try. Maybe I'll just show the whole desktop. Is it showing up now? Is that showing?
I think we can see your screen, yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I'll have to do it on desktop level for now then, I think, so we can see everything because it pops up windows. So we can choose, so the population lets us choose different things of what, if you like, what's the thing we're measuring. So usually we would want the population, and it shows you probably can't read this, it tells you what population means. It means the Hong Kong resident population. Now this is a little bit complicated. What is the resident population? It basically means people in two groups. The ones who are here usually, who are permanent residents, who have been in Hong Kong for at least 3 months before or after the reference moment, or it's non-permanent residents who were in Hong Kong on the reference moments. The reference moment means the specific day when the census was taken. Anyway, this is a bit complicated. We can exclude foreign domestic helpers if we want. So I'm going to exclude foreign domestic helpers because I'm interested in the languages of people other than foreign domestic helpers. So that says my column will show me the number of persons. I can classify that by in the row. So I don't want the year. I want something else, but let's see what I can do, what other things I can add in. So under classification, I can choose demographic characteristics. So for example, I can ask for whether able to speak Cantonese. So now my row is whether able to speak Cantonese. And then I'm also going to add in whether able to speak English. So I now have the combination of whether able to speak Cantonese and whether able to speak English. So if I say OK to this, it will generate a table for me showing me how many people are able to speak Cantonese and to speak English. So I've got my total population of roughly 7 million. And then it's telling me whether they're able to speak Cantonese and English. And I have 3 categories: able to speak, not able to speak. And then we have a third category, which is people aged under 15 or mute. So obviously, so this is telling me I have roughly 3.3 million who can speak both Cantonese and English, roughly 3.1 million who can speak Cantonese but not speak English. And then I have roughly 150,000 who can speak English but not Cantonese, and roughly 70,000 who cannot speak either Cantonese or English. And that's in addition to my roughly 300,000 who are people aged under 5 or mute persons. So this is arguably not a big data set, but this is based on, in theory, 7 million people. Now you may say, how come this is 7 million people? I thought you said there are only about 700,000 records. Well, census weights up all these results. They project it to the whole population. So in crude terms, it's obviously more sophisticated than that, but in crude terms, they multiply up the counts by 10 in order to take account of the fact that this is a 10% sample. So you have to be a little bit careful that this is actually a projection. This is not actually the sample numbers, right? So this is a relatively simple table, but you can do relatively complicated things in here. And I can add more things in. I could, for example, say, well, I actually want to know how this varies according to age. And you'll see initially it gives me 18 age groups. So this is showing you for 18 age groups what these numbers are. Now, this is not very interesting on the page here. I can export this. If I choose download up in the top right-hand corner, I can download an Excel spreadsheet that contains this information. I can reorganize this information. So for example, the age groups, I can move it to be in the columns. I need to press OK again. So now it's showing me the same table I had down in the rows in terms of able to speak Cantonese and English, but this is broken down by age group. So we can see, for example, this interesting group about not able to speak either Cantonese or English. You look at this, you'll discover actually 10,000 of these actually are those aged 85 plus. Right, so these are people who perhaps speak a Chinese dialect other than Cantonese, or these could be ethnic minorities, elderly people who don't speak English or Cantonese, right? So we could try and break this down further. If I, for example, wanted to add in some other demographics, perhaps I wanted to add in place of birth. So if I add in place of birth, it's going to update my table. It's taking a moment because it's probably going to reduce. Yes, we now have, actually we've got this fairly detailed. This is a relatively detailed table. So it's now showing us by place of birth. So if we look at the ones who are not able to speak either Cantonese or English, which was the ones here, where were they generally born? So you can see that 50,000 of those 70,000 were born in the mainland. So that means they probably speak other Chinese dialects. And then we have about 10,000 Asian and Oceanian countries. So this probably means South Asians or Southeast Asians are around 10,000 of these, and around 50,000 of these are mainland born. Right? So there are all sorts of interesting questions we can answer. Okay, so that's fine if that's all you need to know. So clearly we can ask quite a few interesting questions about the 2016 data. But there are things we can't ask. So for example, in the language maps that I referenced to, I wanted to know how many people speak all the languages that were recorded in the census data. So there are more than 20 languages recorded in the census data. And I wanted to know not just for the whole of Hong Kong, but for each district council constituency. So there are about 450 district council constituencies. So I wanted to know for each of those 450 constituencies, roughly how many people spoke each of these 20 languages. So that cannot be done with the build your own table. It will not let you do it. So I had to go and use the census and statistics microdata. So this is the secure enclave processing. So that this enables us to access all the 700,000 records for the 2016 census and the earlier census data sets. In fact, in recent years, they've added to what's in the secure enclave. You can now also access the household expenditure survey, the general household survey, which is data they collect on a quarterly basis. You can access the birth, death, and marriage records. And you can also access something called the Thematic Household Survey. So the Thematic Household Survey is information about, again, a quarterly survey that the government commissions out to the private sector. So let's have a look at what's available here. Let me switch. So again, perhaps I should choose the desktop. So this is, if you go to the Census and Statistics, in fact, they've just updated their website, so it may not be where it was before. This says services and products, microdata services. This is what we're talking about. Provision of microdata for academic research or a teaching file for educational purposes. So the teaching file means they actually will let you have access to a sample data file, but it's a very small sample. So this is what I'm more interested in, the provision of microdata for academic research. So this is what I was talking about before. In fact, the thematic household survey is still not even listed on here, even though it's been accessible for at least the last year. So this is not completely up to date, but at least this tells you who to contact if you want to access the microdata. Okay. So those are all very useful, and we can access quite large data sets. So in my talk, I referenced the Hong Kong language map. So these maps were generated from the 2011 microdata. Sorry, I told you 20 languages. So 27 languages that were listed by census. In the 2011 census, they only asked about languages that people speak. In the 2016 census, they also asked about written languages. So I'm updating these maps. So let me just show you briefly what these maps look like. So this time I will share directly. So this is language maps. So this is showing you the district level maps. And I can click up here. So Cantonese is not very interesting. This is showing you the range of percentages. Actually, this is at the constituency area level. So the lowest percentage of Cantonese speakers in any constituency is 56%, and the highest is 99.76%. And in fact, you can see the districts generally don't vary that much. Lantau, Central and Western, and Wan Chai are the lower ones here, but Cantonese is not particularly interesting. What's more interesting is to look, in fact, Putonghua is also not very interesting because it doesn't vary too much. But let's look at something like Hakka. So Hakka is spoken primarily in North District. So if you probably can't see, whoops, that went too quickly. If I just highlight North District, it tells us at the bottom that about 11% of the people in North District speak Hakka. If we click on this, you can now see at the constituency level. So this shows that, for example, in Shattar constituency, 27.4% of the people speak Hakka, whereas if we move across to Fanling Town, it's less than 5%. So it's primarily the villages in North District which have the Hakka speakers in North District. So if we go back, so let's look at something else more interesting. If we look at Fukien speakers, you'll see the Eastern District looks higher. So if we click at Eastern District, we can discover that in fact, in Camping constituency, over 30% of the population speaks Fukien. And in Mount Parker, it's over 20%. But we have other areas within Eastern District. So for example, Upper Hing Ting, it's only about 3% speaking Fukien. Now, in fact, Eastern District has had a large number of Fukien speakers for many years. It's many decades. So it's interesting, although people living in Eastern District have changed, it has remained an area where many people speak Fukien. Now, one of my interests is actually multilingual people. So let's have a look at a different language. So for example, if I'm interested in where do people speak Urdu, for example. So Urdu, the highest is in Yaoqin Mong. So it's about 1% of the people in Yaoqin Mong. However, within Yaoqin Mong, if we look at Jordan West, nearly 4% of the people in Jordan West speak Urdu. Whereas if we move across to Charming, or in fact, we have other ones here, basically nobody in Mongkok North speaks Urdu. Now, it's not really 0%, because just remember it's a 1/10 sample, but we know it's a small percentage. It's probably less than 0.1%, right? This really should have a health warning. If we now switch to another South Asian language, for example, we look at Nepali, we discover that there are other parts of Yaoqin Mong. So for example, in Yau Ma Tei district, nearly 10% of the people speak Nepali. So if you have been covering about COVID, you realize that, and the fire, there was a serious fire in Yau Ma Tei district, and many of the people living there, so it's nearly 10% speak Nepali. We can also look at, say, Japanese, and we can see that, again, nearly 10% in Chimsai Chui West speak Japanese. So different constituencies in Yaoqin Mong have relatively high percentages of people speaking different non-Chinese, non-English languages. Anyway, so this actually, as I mentioned in the earlier presentation that I showed you the video of, the difficulty was not getting census to agree for me calculating these tables. It was actually getting the boundaries. So meaning the digital format of all of these district council boundaries, sorry, district council constituency boundaries, that was where I had the problem getting access to that information. But now at least the government has continued to make it updated. So although the boundaries have changed for 2016, I will be able to repeat this and show not only oral languages, which is what we've shown here, but I will be able to also include the written languages. Now, there is one slight problem, which is the government, for what I consider to be political reasons, did not ask people separately about simplified and traditional characters. So the question simply said, can you read Chinese? And I realized that many people who read traditional characters can read simplified and vice versa, but they are not the same thing. But anyway, that's a somewhat sensitive issue. Okay, so yeah, I need to finish off my 2016 maps. I'm waiting for my daughter to help me simplify the boundaries so that I can generate similar maps. And in fact, I need to improve the format of those maps. At the moment, they're on a fixed size. They do adjust a little bit depending on whether you're accessing via a mobile phone, but they're not very good at adjusting to your screen size. Okay, now one of the other things I mentioned in that earlier presentation is the Hong Kong U policy. So this is very important. If you are yourself creating large data sets, you either collect them or you generate data sets, then you will be required to archive those data sets in Hong Kong U. So let's have a look at what the policy says. So this is the Research Services policy. Let me switch to that. So you are supposed to know about the policy on the management of research data and records. Now, I'm not going to go through this in detail. This just generally says that you are required to manage your data carefully. Now, for those of you who have already got your, you've gone through your confirmation process, you should have created research data management plan and submitted that together with your thesis plan. The only exception would be for those of you who are not creating or collecting data, you were able to avoid creating research data management plan. But I consider creating a plan to be a very good learning process so that you understand some of the issues about collecting and managing research data. So if you have not read through the Hong Kong U policy, which I helped create, then I encourage you to do so. This policy has now been in place for nearly 6 years, and it does apply to you. Now, if we now go back, I want to show you so there is actually a much more useful thing about the research data management plans under the Hong Kong U Scholars Hub. So the Hong Kong U Scholars Hub should have created a web page for you, which will eventually have a link to your thesis. Your thesis will eventually be made public in the Scholars Hub, and you will have a link to your supervisor's page in the Scholars Hub. And if you choose to make your data sets available publicly, those will also show up. So let me have a look at this. So let's have a look at this is showing you the page on Hong Kong U Library, telling you about research data services. So Hong Kong U has a new data hub, a new data repository. If I remember correctly, it's based on Figshare. So there is a new setup which you're encouraged to use. And there is information on research data management for all RPG students, which I encourage you to look at. If I remember correctly, there is a training video where they interviewed me. So because again, this is one of my interests. Yes, here we go. It's telling you what is the data hub. Powered by Figshare is the comprehensive data repository. So unless your data set is very large, you should be able to store your data set in the data hub. Yeah, here we are. There's a YouTube video, which I believe at least one of the videos involves me. And there is Professor Danny Chan, who did another video on the management of research data and in the context of responsible conduct of research. Now, I have to say, unfortunately, in Hong Kong U, the research data management is being put in place purely because Hong Kong U is concerned about data integrity, not because Hong Kong U cares about data sharing. However, the major funder for research grants in Hong Kong, the Research Grants Council, is now moving towards data sharing slowly. So at this stage, Hong Kong U only requires you to archive data sets. It does not require you to share, but it is a good idea to share. So if we go and look at the Scholars Hub, which is at hub.hku.hk, so you should all have pages here. And there is, you'll see there is both staff and RPG pages inside the Scholars Hub. There is also about data sets. So for example, rather than embarrassing anybody else, I will look at my own page. So Faculty of Social Sciences, and then I can find my center here, should be, where are we? Come on. Oh, okay, so I'm going to search by my name. So this is my page on the Scholars Hub. And you will see on here, for example, my supervision of RPG students. Because I'm about to retire, I don't have any RPG students left anymore. My final students graduated in 2010, but you will see most of my students, actually, why is this one missing the thesis? That's an interesting question. But for most of them, these links are live. So this student, for example, Bayesian censoring approach to rounding zeros. If you click on this, you get taken to the link to her thesis. And you can also see her page. So you can access the thesis, but you can also see what data sets. So I have two data sets here. One is the thesis data from my student. The other one, it says data from language use, proficiency, and attitudes in Hong Kong. So this is the project link to the maps that I showed you. So this data set is actually from a public policy research project. The government will eventually, I think, make this data set available on their website, but I have chosen to already make it available. There is a DOI for this data set, and it shows you the link to this project. So indeed, this project, you can get full details. This is actually a telephone survey that we did linked to this project. So if you look at the publications here, let's search by date. Where's it gone? That's the selected one. So let's have a look. I think this is under books. Yes, here we go. Language use, proficiency, and attitudes in Hong Kong. You can download our complete report. So this report here, if you download it, you'll get the full explanation. You'll see here is a link to the data set. So that explains the whole context for this telephone survey that we use. So it says this study carried out a social linguistic survey together with detailed reanalysis of the census data. And there are some of the simpler versions of the maps included in this report. Okay. So anyway, in principle, you can also share your data sets in the Scholars Hub. Okay, and then there's here I put a link to the new data hub. So what about data management policies elsewhere? So the UK data management policy, in fact, they have a set of common principles. And this is the principle I borrowed in that presentation video I showed you earlier. So the UK Research Council said publicly funded research data are a public good, right? So in fact, they said a lot more than that. They said the institutional and project-specific data management policies and plans should be in accordance with relevant standards and community best practice. Or what's community best practice? That's something rather unknowable, but it says data with acknowledged long-term value should be preserved and remain accessible and usable for future research. So Hong Kong U and our funding agency has not yet made statements like this. So the UK is far ahead of us. It's not just the UK, the US, most of Europe, Taiwan, Australia, New Zealand, most of these places already require that people should be sharing their data sets. Now, of course, some journals require sharing of data sets. Increasingly, journals do, but those may just be the part of the data you analyzed in that particular paper. Okay, so that's not necessarily so broad. So let's have a look in more detail at what the UK things say. Oh, they've changed the page. Uh-oh. Oh, because they've changed everything to UKRI. Okay, that's not so good. Let's look up RC UK data principles. I need to update my presentation. Okay, so let's have a look. Site user cookies. Okay, so I need to change my link in the book. So because they're now labeled as UK Research and Innovation. So this is the rebranding in the UK. So you see, making research data open. So we believe that opening up research data for others to scrutinize and reuse creates the best environment for research and innovation to flourish. It also helps to increase public trust. If you are awarded UKRI funding, you are expected to follow good research data management practices. So Hong Kong U, you are expected to follow good research data management practices, but we have not made it a requirement that you open up your research data for others. So these are the common principles that I referred to. So again, principle number one, I mentioned publicly funded research data are a public good, right? So there are all these statements. You see that there are 7 principles. Unfortunately, Hong Kong U has not adopted these principles, and neither has our major funding bodies. But I believe that we will get there because the Research Council has already asked the universities to work towards open access for publication and for data, right? So we will get there, although it may take some time. What's happened to my chat window? I've lost my chat window. Never mind. Okay. So anyway, you can look at all of these principles and see how this all works. Okay, now back to my book. Now we're going to look at a number of data sets today. The data sets I'm going to, before we break, I'm going to take you through the 3 data sets that we're going to look at. Now, unfortunately, the grad school, for reasons I don't understand, changed the order of my workshop. So this was supposed to be the 2nd workshop, and it's labeled number 2, but they chose to place it first, and I have no idea why. So my first workshop was meant to be the one on using R. So if you already know how to use R, then you'll be in good shape. If you don't know how to use R, then you may just want to follow along today. Installing R and getting it running may take some time. It is explained in the other chapter. or you can attend the workshop, which I think is next week's one. But for now, before we take a break for lunch, let's go through the data sets, and so we can understand what these data sets are like. We can discuss whether indeed they are large data sets. So the first one that I want to talk about can be found at this link here. So this link here this data set was linked to from the American Statistical Association section on statistical computing and statistical graphics. Says this data comes originally from RITA. So that's basically the transportation arm of the US government, where there is a detailed description. So this data set is fairly large because this is data on arrivals and departures of flights in the US. So in fact, the version that's discussed here covers the period 1987 to 2008. So you've basically got more than 20 years of flight data. So the variables include the year, the month, the day of the month, the day of the week, the departure time, the scheduled departure time, the arrival time, the scheduled arrival time, the carrier code for the airline, the flight number, the plane tail number, the actual elapsed time and the scheduled time, how much time was spent in the air, the arrival delay, the departure delay, the codes for the origin and destination airport, the distance in miles, how long taxiing in and out took, whether the flight was canceled, the reason for cancellation, whether the flight was diverted, whether there was a carrier weather delay. I don't even remember what NAS delay is, whether there was a security delay, and whether there was a late aircraft delay. So essentially, it's trying to understand delay times and scheduling times for aircraft, right? So there's a lot of information. So you can download the data here from this website, or you can even go to the original site and download it. But I have already given you a zipped version of this data file. So if we go, actually, I should have stayed in Safari because where did I put it? Yeah, so in the big data files folder in Moodle, you've got, I think I've just put in here the 2008 data, if I remember correctly. The zip file is about 160 megabytes, but when you unzip it, it's about 1 gigabyte, if I remember correctly. So it's not that small a data set. But as you will see here, you can actually have 20 years of data if you want. But we're going to illustrate processes for handling this data set that can handle easily all 20 years. Okay, so that's the first data set. In fact, I've got them. I've told you here what they've all been labeled. Yeah, so I've downloaded the 2008 data. Oh, here we go. Yeah, the CSV file is about 600 megabytes. The zip file is about 169 megabytes. And in fact, we can access the zip file directly inside R using the methods that we're going to look at. This data is all integer data unless otherwise stated, and the times are in the HHMM, so hour, minute time. So you'll see the unique carrier, the tail number, the origin text, Most of the others are integer. So that's the first data set we're going to look at. The second data we're going to look at can be found here. It's also in Kaggle. This one is trade data. So this is data from the UN. So if I remember correctly, this is from the Commodity Trade Statistics database. So you can find information on this website telling you about what it's got. It's got all sorts of trade of goods from commodities, all commodities, including live animals, meat, fish, dairy, all the way down. Yeah, we've got about 100 different categories, including works of art, right? So there's a large amount of data here. You can get full information about that from the UN dataset, UN website. So we're going to look at it in terms of the country or area, the year, the commodity code, which is an integer, the commodity itself, which is text, the import or export flow, the trade in US dollars, which is an integers, the weight in kilograms, which is an integers, the quantity name, which is the text for the units, and then an integer for the quantity, and then the category is text. So this has, the data set I've got here has about 8 million rows and 10 variables. So you'll see again, this doesn't have that many variables, but a relatively large number of rows. And then the third data set that we're going to look at this afternoon is about gun violence in the US. So gun violence is always an interesting topic. So this can be found in Kaggle again, or at this website, gunviolencearchive.org. Let's see whether this link works properly. So this has actually some maps in here. It's already got quite a few graphics and things here. So this shows the number of deaths in 2021 from January the 1st to April 17th. And then there's a 6-year review here from 2014 to 2019 showing deaths, suicides by gun. So this is just talking about gun violence, not all forms of violence. So you'll see we've got around 12 to 15,000 deaths per year thanks to guns. So, I mean, the US has what? Of the order of 500 million people? I can't even remember what the total population is. So we're talking about 15 per 500,000, is it? Yeah, so it's about, 1 in 30,000 people died from gun violence each year. In Hong Kong, the number of deaths from gun violence is tiny. Now, of course, in Hong Kong, we have very strict gun laws. In fact, most countries around the world have quite strict gun laws. So the US is quite exceptional that the right to carry guns is enshrined in their constitution. So they have the constitutional right to go around with guns, but that leads to large numbers of gun violence. And you'll see that in addition to the roughly 15,000 deaths per year, there are the order of 30,000 injuries per year. We've got murder-suicide. So Hong Kong does have murder-suicides. So it's just people find other ways to kill each other. So it's not only, and again, suicides, Hong Kong has suicides as well. So it's not that we don't have suicides or murder-suicides, but they're definitely reduced by not having guns available. Guns make it much easier to kill people or to commit suicide. Okay, so those are the three data sets that we're going to look at in more detail. So the gun violence one, we have the incident ID, so that's just basically a unique identifier. We have the date, year, month, and date. We have the state, so the roughly 50 states in the US. We have a city or county for some of them. We have an address for some of them. We have the number of people killed in that incident. So this is an incident-based data set. The number of people injured. We have even a URL to the incident. So that basically means it's a web link telling us something about the incident. And the source, there's a congressional district. So this is basically a level below state. So every state is divided into congressional districts. So this is a bit like district council constituencies in the Hong Kong terms, or perhaps more like a district. We have whether there were guns stolen, what the gun type was, incident characteristics. So most of these are text. We have the latitude and longitude. So we have essentially the GIS coordinates of the location. We have a description of the location in some cases in text. How many guns were involved? There may be notes here. We have, at least for some cases, the ages of the participants, their age group, the gender, even name and relationship, status and type, the sources, and in addition to the congressional district, we also have the state House district and the state Senate. So that's basically, so this is more like the district council constituency in our context. It's within the state. What were the districts? So I also have a cleaned version where the numbers killed and injured have been extracted as injured. Okay, so we're going to look at these after lunch. Now, I mentioned to you that there was another folder. There are lots of PDF files explaining different elements of handling big data in R in the Google Drive folder. So what about the statistical tools? So we're generally going to use R plus add-ons. So the chapter 21 and 22 have the basics of using R, but we're going to look at doing some add-ons. But before we start building our models, let's talk a little bit about some conceptual arguments. So big data analysis, how can I frame this? Yeah, essentially good big data analysis, in my view, requires both computer science skills and statistical skills. So those, in my view, are both important. If you only have one of those, you probably can't do a very good job. Now, one of the problems is that people who do not have statistical skills do not understand that correlation is not sufficient. So the classic example of this is the Google flu trends. So Google flu trends essentially has been replicated in some ways when we come to COVID. So the idea was, if we just look at what people search for in Google, does that tell us when the flu is about to hit? So flu does not occur evenly across the year. At certain times of the year, there is relatively few flu cases. At other times of year, there is a relatively large number of flu cases. So basically, we have an epidemic, a seasonal epidemic every year with the flu. And one of the fascinating things about COVID is that we haven't had much of a flu epidemic this year because people have been social distancing and wearing masks, at least in Hong Kong, right? So as a result, people are much less likely to get the flu. So although COVID has led to lots of people needing to go to hospital and getting, and even dying, the number of people who get sick, seriously ill or die from the flu has gone down this year because of the measures we've taken. But the idea essentially was about the Google flu trends was, let's just look when people use search terms in Google which make it sound like they might have the flu, maybe we can use that to get early warning of when the flu epidemic is about to hit. That was basically the idea. So we're going to look at some YouTube videos that tells us what I would consider unrealistic optimism back in 2008. So I still remember an Oxford University professor came and gave a talk in Hong Kong, I think in 2010, where he was saying, basically, we don't need statistics anymore. We don't need statisticians. As long as we have enough data and we can find correlations, that's all we need to know. So let's have a look. Let's see whether my YouTube video link still works.
Writing's not that.
So I've got to get past my...
But Grammarly can help.
Get past these
This sentence
adverts.
is grammatically correct.
Yeah, I don't want the
Government
Grammarly advert. So let's now share YouTube. Here we go. Let me go back to the beginning. And we look at this. So this is basically a news story on CBS, which is one of the major TV channels in the US.
Government health experts have a new way to try to stay ahead of flu outbreaks across the country. Just Google it. A new site, google.org/flu trends, keeps track of search items like flu symptoms or muscle aches and produces a map highlighting places where more people are downloading flu information. A check of the site today shows flu activity is low in most of the nation, but a little higher in Mississippi, Maine, Delaware, and Hawaii. Google thinks it can detect regional outbreaks a week to 10 days before they're reported to the CDC. Last winter, for example, there were more searches about the flu in mid-Atlantic states 2 weeks before the government reported a spike in cases there. Doctors say this could save lives. We can wash our hands more and take other precautions if we know the flu is spreading. With 30 or 40 million cases every year, that's nothing to sneeze at. That's a page from my notebook. I'm Katie Couric, CBS News.
Okay, so that's the optimistic view at that time. So I'm going to show you another YouTube video. See if, yeah, this one is up as well. Let's watch this one.
Welcome to Google Flu Trends. Today, we're going to show you how Google Flu Trends works. Google Flu Trends uses aggregated search data to estimate flu activity in near real time. Millions of people search for health information online. As you can imagine, there are more flu-related searches during flu season, and we found that certain search terms are good indicators of actual flu activity. We collaborated with the U.S. Centers for Disease Control, or CDC, to help us create Google Flu Trends for the U.S. For example, the past 5 years' flu seasons might have looked like this. We then look at the popularity of individual search queries over this time period. Using this method, we identified search queries that matched well with CDC's data. Google Flu Trends is updated in near real time. For instance, on this date, Google Flu Trends detected a significant increase in flu activity. CDC reported the same increase 2 weeks later. For some countries, like Mexico, we don't have official historic data to work from. Instead, we look for flu-related search queries that appear to have a seasonal curve. Since these estimates have not been compared with official historic flu data, we label them experimental. Personal search data remains safe and private. We do not use personal health records or personally identifiable data to create our estimates. Our graphs are produced by an automated formula that looks at aggregated data from millions of searches done on Google over time. An important aspect of Google Flu Trends is that we filter out terms that may be popular because people hear about them in the news. Google Flu Trends complements existing flu surveillance tools. Earlier detection of flu activity enables public health officials and the public to make more informed decisions. For official information about flu activity, prevention, and treatment, please visit your national or local health resource.
Okay, so that was that was the story that Google was trying to tell in 2009. That was an official Google promotion, right? And in fact, there was even a paper in Nature. So this paper, I said here, 4,000 citations. I have a feeling this has gone up now. Let's have a look. Actually, why did I say 4,000? This is not claiming 4,000, it's 2,000. Right, so if you go to the link, so this is a paper published in Nature, right? So that's, everybody wants to be able to say, I've been published in Nature. This is actually showing 2,000 citations saying detecting influencer epidemics using search engine query data. So that sounds credible, right? Somebody reviewed this and supposedly decided that this was scientifically well-founded, right? And indeed, this all seems very impressive. They're explaining how they did the selection of the search terms, and it all sounds great. Okay, so what's the problem? Even in 2016, there was still people claiming this. Let's go back to this YouTube one. So here we go.
Sometimes the power of large data sets isn't immediately obvious. Google Flu Trends is a great example of taking a look at a massive corpus of data and deriving somewhat tangential information that can actually be really valuable.
Until recently, the only way to detect a flu epidemic was by accumulating information submitted by doctors about patient visits, a process that took about 2 weeks to reach the CDC. So the researchers turned it around. They asked themselves if they could predict a flu outbreak in real time simply using data from online searches. So they set out to do the near impossible, searching the searches, billions of them, spanning 5 years to see if user queries could tell them something.
When we do searches on Google, we all think of it as a one-way street, that we're going into Google and extracting information from Google. One of the things we don't really think about very much is we're actually contributing information back simply by doing the search.
And that's where the breakthrough occurred. In looking at all the data, they saw that not only did the number of flu-related searches correlate with the people who had the flu, but they also could identify the search terms that could let them accurately predict flu outbreaks up to 2 weeks before the CDC.
The CDC system takes about a week or two for the numbers to sort of fully flow in. What Google could do is to say, based on our model, we'll have it on the spot. We'll just run the algorithm based on how people are searching right now.
And now we have, for the first time, this real-time feedback loop where we can see in real time what's going on and respond to it.
Now, there is a flip side to this, though, and that is there's a big story this year that there was a lot of media attention about what an intense flu season this was. And so what did that do? That drove up search. That drove people who were more interested in what's going on with this flu, or it might have made more people think, I must have it. And so they were off. They got it way wrong.
So you can already see that they were starting to get a little bit, sort of a hint at the end, right? That the story didn't work quite as well as they had hoped, right? So clearly, maybe the story didn't work quite so well. So let's look at reality now.
Okay, I'm going to go through this section. We're going to talk now a little bit about what's called big data hubris. So this overconfidence in what big data can do. One of the poster childs of big data success was a paper that was written in Nature by a set of researchers from Google Research and various academic institutions. What they were looking at was whether they could take these search queries, so queries that, like, let's say I would have put in this morning, fever, aching, joints, headache. By taking a set of search queries in particular locations around the country, maybe I could use those as a way of predicting which areas need the flu vaccine first. You know, where is flu outbreaking in the United States? Now, this is really exciting. And I will say at the time, when I read this article, as someone who's been working in this for some time, I was excited and I was sort of touting it. I remember taking it to my class saying, look at this. See, big data really is amazing. They then developed a website. This was something they did in collaboration with the CDC, the Center for Disease Control. They put up a website where you could select the state of Washington here. I selected the state of Washington. I could see what the prediction was saying, where the algorithm thought there would be bursts of this activity. Big data really is changing the world. This was all over the news. This was the example. This is what the data science and the big data world needed. It was showing businesses and governments that if you give a machine enough data and if the analytics are good enough, we can save humanity. Because a lot of people die every year. A lot of people die from flu, even in the United States, every year. So this was published in one of the best journals in the world, saying that we can do as well as the CDC. In fact, we can do even better. We can do it even faster. I should have been thinking about this. Seems too good to be true. Well, probably is. So this website that I mentioned, this was circa 2014. It's 2017 today. The site is dead. What's unfortunate is this example went from the poster child of data science success, and where it was, it was the point to example for why data science really was transforming the world. It soon became the poster child for the data science foible, for the data science example that didn't work. So what happened? Anyone have ideas of why it failed? I know some of you, I've had some of you in my class on some of these. Think about that for a sec. I'm going to keep us going because we have lots of material, so I'm not going to let you talk to your neighbor. I'm sorry. Why did the Google Flu project fail? An article by David Lrc and colleagues that was recently published not too long after this wrote a really scathing, it was scathing, but it was also fair because they do big data and data science as well, their group. But they showed that their predictions, what was a really sad fact was that from about 2011 on, Google was overestimating 100 out of the 108 weeks from that particular time period. There were some years, like in 2013, that it was overestimating by over 50%. Now that's a huge overestimate, and that's if you're 100 out of 108 weeks, you're off. What you're looking at here is the orange line. So it was overestimating all these. In fact, what they found is that if you just took a simple model like tracking the temperature from some previous time point, that little simple model would do a better job of predicting. And of the 45 search terms that they were using, they also found that terms like high school basketball were popping up as good predictors of the flu, which of course was probably a seasonal thing. And since flu is seasonal, you sort of pick those sorts of things out. So they wrote this very, really, I think, important article. And what I like about it is they say, here's where it went wrong, but we still think that this sort of thing can be useful. We just need to complement rather than supplement. So this big data hubris is this idea that all we need is the data. We don't need any of these other traditional methods of doing flu prediction or whatever your task is. What happened, and we won't have time, I'm not going to talk about it in detail, but Carl is. We're going to talk about one of the reasons that this failed was something that's called overfitting. So we're going to take an attempt here to explain to you what overfitting is in just a few minutes. But I will say, here's one, from this project, there were things that were learned. One is that we really should be getting at complementation rather than supplementing, and big data is not always better data. Traditional applied statistics are still going to be useful, and there isn't this so-called all data evolution.
Okay, so that just basically tells you it didn't work. He suggests that one reason is overfitting. I believe that's only one of the problems. So what else is a problem? It's also about lack of validation, and it's also about lack of understanding of the difficulties of correlation versus causation. So I want to go back briefly to the beginning of the course book. So in the second chapter of this course book, I talk about association and causation. So if you haven't read this before, I encourage you to read this afterwards. So association just means that two things tend to happen together, right? Or separately. So if they tend to occur together, that's positive association. Tend to occur separately, that's negative association. But that's quite a distinct issue as to whether X causes Y causes X, or there's something else, W, a common cause that causes both X and Y. So the real issue here then, if you think about it for a minute, the search, right? You're assuming that the correlation between search terms and the flu. Okay, so clearly that association does occur to some extent, but the question is, what is the causal process here? What makes sense? So clearly my searching behavior does not cause me to get the flu. My flu could cause me my searching behavior to change, but so can many other things, right? So the difficulty was they were essentially trying to work things in reverse. They hadn't really thought through what made sense in a causal process. They had not thought about this. So again, the idea that all you have to do is keep looking for correlations and you have solved your problem clearly isn't sufficient. You need to be thinking about what is the causal process that may occur there. So correlation can help us identify potential causation, but we need to be very careful. And then in addition, the idea of the correlation is you're assuming you have stability across time. So the statistical methods for time series assume that you have some form of stability over time. Now, if you think about it, the way people use Google changes over time. So if that changes over time, the idea that you can fit a model and use it for the foreseeable future simply is not likely to be reasonable, right? The way the people who are using Google is changing over time, and the way that people use Google search over time is changing. So if both of those things are changing, it's highly unlikely that we have a stable process, and it's highly unlikely that we can continue to predict just based on those correlations. So it's not actually that surprising that the Google Flu Trends thing didn't work. So there are also issues about validation and overfitting. So validation means, again, overfitting is about using too many variables. So again, in the inside here, I've got a section here on selection of variables. Maybe we'll come back to that a little bit later. Just a minute, let me come back. So let's talk a little bit about the statistical issues with tall and wide data sets. So what are the issues? Well, tall data sets. So that means we have a large number of records. We have a very large sample size. What's the problem? Even if you're using statistics, there can still be a problem because almost everything becomes statistically significant. Because if the sample size is sufficiently large, we can detect very small effects. So there are two issues. First of all, that those small effects may actually be due to some bias in the sample, rather than really being something that's true in the population. And secondly, we need to talk about what is practically significant. So we may need to do equivalence tests where we test whether there is a difference that's big enough to matter. In other words, this is a question of whether we have practical significance, not just statistical significance. So statistical significance just means, can I be sure that there is a non-zero effect? But that non-zero effect may be so small as to be irrelevant. The second issue is, how do we select models? So there is some discussion in the course book about different criteria for model selection, including AIC and BIC. These are ways of selecting models that are don't have all the same biases that simply using statistical significance has. So we can at least look at those issues more carefully. So I'm not going to go through the discussion in the course book, but I encourage you, if you haven't done my course, to look at model selection issues. How do we select models? Now, the other related problem is the wide data sets problem. So this is generally about selection bias, where if you do enough tests, you're likely to always find something significant. This is sometimes known as p-hacking. So I am going to go through this example to illustrate this. So let's, I hope my page numbering is still working. Not quite. So yeah, so page 155, we've got model selection criteria. So the problem is with default settings, and statistical packages may not always be very good. So I'm going to show you an illustration using a relatively small data set. So this is just going to show you what some of the problems can be. Got to find my example. It's the wrong place. Where are we? Just a minute. Here we go. Okay, so let me change, and I'm going to share with you an example using JMP. This is a data set that has 30 different potential predictors and one oxygen uptake, which is the thing we're trying to predict, okay? So we're going to ask JMP to fit a model. So oxygen uptake is our dependent variable. We're going to try all of these potential predictors, x1 to x30. We're going to do stepwise regression. That basically means we're asking the statistical package to do the selection for us. So I'm going to choose the p-value threshold. So this is basically stepwise regression in a traditional sense, where we basically just say we set the significance value for each test that we do in the model selection process. And the default values in this statistical package, and there's similar problems in most statistical packages, you will see, or maybe you can't read this very easily, it's very small. It says the probability to enter is 25% and the probability to leave is 10%. And it says, please go off and find the best model for me, doing that. So it goes off and it finds a model. Then I'm going to make that model and show you the results for that model that it found. So let's have a look. So overall, so this says overall, we have an adjusted R squared of 83%, and we have how many variables in our model? Let's check. We have we have 13 variables in our model. And this is strongly significant. If we do an F-test of this model, it's significant at less than 0.01%. Okay? So on the face of it, if we didn't pay too much attention to the model selection process, it looks like we found a pretty good model, right? We found a model where the adjusted R squared is 83%. In fact, if we look at the unadjusted R squared, it's over 90%.
Professor, sorry to interrupt. Are you showing us the result screen?
So let me again change the share. Let me show you the desktop. So because I think again it's losing the windows. Can you see now?
Yeah, we can see the graphs now. Thank you.
Okay. So this is using the stepwise model. It's on the left-hand side here. It's selected 13 variables. And on the right-hand side, I'm showing you the summary of that model if we look at it in JMP. So it's showing us that the text is very small. It's telling you there's an adjusted R squared of 83%, an unadjusted R squared of over 90%, and the F-test overall for that model we fit has an F ratio of 12 and a significance level of less than 0.01%. So if you weren't paying too much attention to what the default values were, that looks quite impressive. Okay? So what's the problem? Well, the problem is if I show you how this data was created, in fact, all of my X variables are random uniform variables. So there is absolutely no connection between my 30 X variables and my oxygen uptake. So there is really no relationship in reality, because this is a simulated X variables. There is no relationship between my X variables and my Y, and yet I apparently get something that looks good. So this is a little bit like the overfitting issue, although again, people would say, well, I'm using the adjusted R squared. That should protect me against this. But it doesn't, because first of all, the default significance levels in here are much too big. It's letting any variable significant at 25% enter and only 10% to drop. So that's part of the problem. But the problem is also I'm doing many tests. I have 30 variables. So I'm looking at the least significant of these 30 tests in order to decide which one to add first, and then the least significant of 29 variables to decide which one to add next. But let's go back. Let me just try this again. What if I set these to 5%? So if I set the significance levels to 5%, I still end up with a model. This one only has 3 variables in it. If I look at these 3 variables, my adjusted R squared has now gone all the way down to 33%. But it's still, the overall F-test says it's significant at 0.3%. So it still sounds reasonable. even though I know there is really no relationship whatsoever between my X variables and my Y. So that's worrying. So what's the problem? The problem is, as I said, I'm doing multiple tests and I'm not accounting for the fact that I'm doing multiple tests. Now, this is a very extreme example. Why is it extreme? Because I have 30 variables and I only have 31 data points. So if I tried fitting a model directly, if I put all of those X variables into here together, then it tells me, my effect summary tells me, I have a problem. Why do I have a problem? I have an R squared of 1 and an adjusted R squared, no value. Why? Because I have no degrees of freedom left over. In other words, I have one variable, one parameter for every data point. So this is a very extreme case where my P is almost equal to my N, right? I have almost as many variables as I have data points. I only have one left. And because I'm also fitting an intercept, then I have 31 parameters and I have 31 data points. So clearly this is not a reasonable approach to take. So there are better criteria I can use. So when I fit the model, I didn't need to do this. Even if I do want to do, even if I want to do something that is stepwise, I can at least either, if I want to do p-values, I should at least adjust those p-values to take into account. So how should I adjust them? Well, I'm going to explain this in a minute in the presentation. The simple thing is, the simple approach is essentially divide my normal p-value by the number of variables I have. So instead of choosing a p-value of 5%, I should be dividing that by the roughly 30 variables I've got. So that would mean instead of 5%, it would be something like 0.01%. So if I change the p-value here to 0.1%, and then I go off and say, please find the best model, it tells me there are no variables in my model. And in fact, the reason for this is because I have 30 variables. So the smallest p-value of all my 30 values, right? If you think about it, if there is really no relationship, then the significance value should be uniform from 0 to 1. And if I choose the smallest of 30 uniform variables from 0 to 1, I would expect on average, the smallest value should be about 1/30. So unless I have made the significance level less than 3%, it's quite likely that I'm including things by chance, which actually have nothing. So in fact, if I change this to 3% as the p-value, then you'll see I get 2 values. If I change it down to 2%, I get nothing. So in other words, it's reasonable just by very simple probability rules to think about it. If I'm choosing the smallest of 30 significant values, if there is really no relationship between X and Y, those significance values should be uniform from 0 to 1. So clearly, if I'm allowing variables to enter with a p-value of 3% and above, almost certainly I'm going to get things adding into my model by chance, which really have no relationship. So anyway, we can at least take these things into account. So let's go back. So that's why we cannot just use simplistic approaches that don't take into account the risk of including variables by chance that have no real relationship. So this is covered on pages 156, 7, and 8 in the course book. So these are things we need to be aware of. Okay, so that means I'm saying we do have to be careful about situations where the number of variables are large relative to the number of data points. So that adjustment I did just then is what's called a Bonferroni adjustment. So that's covered again further on in that part of the course book. Essentially, we should adjust the significance by the number of tests to control for the risks of false rejections of the null hypothesis. But if we do what we just did just now, what's the problem? The problem is that then it's very hard to detect any effects when the number of variables is large. So this is what we mean when we say the power will be low. So it will be unlikely to detect that the null hypothesis is false. So what can we do? So there is another approach, which is what we call looking at the false discovery rate. So instead of using significance level and focusing on that. So significance level with the Bonferroni adjustment says we want to keep the risk of falsely rejecting any of the null hypotheses to be under 5% or whatever significance level we started out with. But what we're saying is with a large number of variables, that means that it becomes very hard to detect any of those null hypotheses being false. So false discovery rate is a different approach. It says instead of trying to control the number of false rejections, what if our focus is the proportion of false rejections? Meaning, of those 30 variables, we want the proportion of them which are incorrectly rejected to be small rather than the absolute number, right? So this is the idea behind the Benjamin-Hochberg procedure, which is sometimes called the BH step-up procedure, which controls the false discovery rate rather than the probability of any false rejection. So the way that works is if we are testing m different null hypotheses, we list the p-values in ascending order. And then for any given alpha, we find the largest k such that the pk is less than k times alpha over m. Well, m is the number of tests we're doing. And we reject the null hypothesis for I equals 1 to k. So this corresponds to plotting p of k versus k and then drawing the line through the origin and declaring discoveries for all points on the left. So that's very hard to explain in words. So I've given you a PDF about the procedure in detail. Let's go and have a look at page, again, I hope these numbers are roughly right. It's not quite, here we go. Page 105. So as I just explained, if we're doing many significance tests which are independent, the probability of at least one false rejection increases proportional to the number of tests. So if you make no adjustment, this is called p-hacking. So this is clear, this is research misconduct to make it no adjustment for the number of tests you do. So Bonferroni correction we just talked about is the simple approach. However, if we say that we're going to control the false discovery rate instead, then we do this process. I just mentioned, we list the p-values in ascending order. We find the largest k that p is less than k times alpha over m. So let's have a look at this example below. This is an example with 9 tests and with alpha set to 5%. So if we were doing Bonferroni, we would divide the 5% by 9 and say that we should use a p-value of 0.55%, whereas Benjamin-Hochberg looks at the line with slope of 0.05 and rejects all the tests until there is one above the line. So let's have a look at what that plot looks like. So the here we have the p-values. So if we look at the p-values and we draw that line, so in other words, we're saying we draw this line with a slope of 0.05. This is the fraction of p-values along here. So if the smallest p-values are below that line, then we get them being above the line. So because these are above the line, then we will not include them. So in fact, this is the original 5% point. So if we didn't make the adjustment, we would have rejected these 4 null hypotheses. If we're making the decision based on the false discovery rate, then we would reject the first 3. So we would believe that these first 3 null hypotheses can be rejected, but not the 4th one. Okay? So this is as opposed to doing the, if we did the adjustment, if we did the Bonferroni adjustment, we would draw our line across here, a horizontal line at 0.0055, right? Which would probably mean that we don't reject any of the hypotheses. So we need to be very careful, of course. This approach is making the choice on a different basis. We're saying we accept that what we want to control is the proportion of our rejections which are incorrectly rejected is 5%, rather than that we don't want the risk to be 5% for each of the tests that we do. Right, so we're going to be a little bit careful, but this at least in a situation where you might be testing, so for those of you who come from genomics background, you might be testing thousands of hypotheses or more, tens of thousands of hypotheses. If you do the Bonferroni correction, it will be very hard in many cases to ever reject the null hypotheses because Bonferroni correction would make the p-value so tiny. But the false discovery rate means you accept that probably some of the genes which I pick out or some of the locations I pick out have been picked out incorrectly, but as long as the proportion which are incorrectly selected is less than, say, 5%, I'm prepared to accept that risk. So that's a different risk that we're considering in this situation, okay? Okay, sorry, didn't mean to do that. So we've talked about the issues from a statistical perspective. Now, what about missing data? So missing data is often a very big issue in the context of big data sets. However, the standard statistical procedures assume that missing data is what we call missing at random, meaning it doesn't really matter about it. We can either simply delete all the records with missing data, or we could replace all the missing data with the average non-missing value. However, if the missing data is not at random, then this may be a massive problem if we do this. So in other words, there may be a very large bias if we either delete all the records with missing data or we replace all missing data with average non-missing value. So one of my former grad students went on to work in the insurance industry. And so they look at things in the bank he works for, they look at, for example, mortgage data. So one of the important things in mortgage data records is the income data of the person who holds the mortgage. So think about it for a minute. Why might the income data be missing? Is that actually a problem or not? Well, actually it is, because if the income data is missing, that would generally mean either for some reason that data is no longer being collected. That might mean someone's lost their job, or perhaps their salary has changed and they don't want to tell you what it's changed to. So both those situations, missing income data in a mortgage data set is probably very informative about a mortgage default. So if you simply replace the missing data by the average income of other people in a similar background, you're probably missing something very important in the data set. So there is several situations like this. Or for example, the gun violence data that we'll look at later on. So for example, you might not have all the information about the gun. What would be one reason why not? Well, maybe because that gun has never been registered. So unregistered guns are much more likely to be in a situation where it's frankly a crime, right? If you want to go and rob a bank, you probably don't want to use a gun that's been registered in your name. Otherwise, if you drop the gun, the police will know who it was. So missing data may be very important in some situations. It may most certainly not be at random, and it may be highly informative. So the issue about whether the data is missing or not, we would first need to check whether that is in fact informative. And if it is informative, what can we do about it? Well, sometimes what we can do is predict the missing data given some of the other data. So sometimes that can work quite well. If there are other sources of information, so for example, you might at least be able to project somebody's income from some of their other information, such as their education and their age, right? So you might at least have some, you might be able to produce estimates of the missing data, which are much better than simply putting in the average non-missing value. But again, that may not completely remove the bias in those situations. Okay, so it's already 12:15. I think this is a good time to stop for lunch. After we come back from lunch, we're going to talk about the non-statistical problems with large volume, and we're going to talk about some of the possible solutions. So the non-statistical problems are rather, if you like, the technology or computer science issues about storage or about memory or about our algorithms, whether our algorithms are fast enough to process or whether we actually have too many records to process. And we will talk about some possible solutions, both the simpler ones and the intermediate ones. And at the end, I will also show you some YouTube videos talking a little bit about some of the more complex approaches that go beyond the scope of what we're going to talk about today. Okay? So now, actually, I don't even remember what time. We're supposed to restart at 2 o'clock, I think. Is that correct? I don't remember. I don't remember what the grad school told me. Does it say it? Yes, it says 2:30. Okay, it says 2:30. So we'll restart at 2:30. So now I've lost the chat window in Zoom for some reason. I have no idea why. See if I can get it to reappear. Oh, I've got it here now. Okay, so if you have any questions, you can send private messages in chat, email me at, I'll give my Hong Kong email, johnbs@hku.hk. If I get questions before we restart at 2:30, then I will try and answer some of those questions before we move on to the other issues. Okay? So I'm going to stop the share. I'm going to Okay, so we're nearly back to 40 people, so I think it's time to restart. Okay, so as I mentioned in the chat, I have corrected a few things in the course book. Including, yeah, the link. I fixed the link on the UK data management policy, and I've corrected a few errors. I've reformatted the information a little bit on the variables in the data sets. Okay, so what we had talked about, I've started out by showing you that video about sharing data, which raises some of the issues about the risks of sharing data openly, if it has ever been personal data, and about the benefits, and about some of the difficulties you may have if you're trying to get the data from the government, and that data is not already available in data.gov.hk. Again, as I said, data.gov is improving. They continue to add data sets. So particularly, I think this coming 12 months, we'll see considerable improvements in the spatial data sets. So if you look at some of the presentations in the conference I mentioned, there is some discussion on this. So not only maps, but I think the government is planning to add spatial information. There's also, so Hong Kong has had a problem that we don't have a zip code here. So the problem is there is no standard way to write someone's address. So that's finally being addressed with proper building IDs, which are getting rolled out. So that's not complete, but I think within 12 months, most buildings will have unique identifiers. So the ability to do spatial type analysis, which is actually covers quite a few large and interesting data sets in Hong Kong, will drastically improve. Okay, I said something about the hospital authority data. Again, this is something that's still improving, and that's probably the single best big data set in Hong Kong, is the hospital authority data set. That's still a little bit tricky, but it is improving. Originally, they were going to charge money, but I think at the moment they're not charging, although that may change in future. And then the census data set, we talked about the tables, and we talked about the microdata. So the microdata is not free, but the charges are relatively low. Essentially, you pay for the review that they do of your tables. So if you are generally fitting models but not generating tables, it's very quick and easy for them to approve your outputs. But if you're producing large numbers of tables, it may take longer for them to review all those tables and check that there are no privacy risks. So again, research data management policy, as I said, you're all supposed to be aware of this and be informed. It's supposed to be part of the research ethics training for all of you. And as I said, if you've already gone past your confirmation stage, you should have already submitted a data management plan, as long as you are either collecting or generating a data set. Okay, so I said we would look at these three data sets. The first one about airline data, the second one about trade, and the third one about gun violence. So we're going to look at those in a few minutes. As I said, there are lots of PDFs in the Google Drive folder. And I'm going to show you essentially how we can use R as one solution. And I will talk a little bit about solutions when R doesn't work. We talked about the conceptual problems, about correlation versus causation. We talked about the issues of model choice, particularly when there's a large number of data samples, or where the number of variables is large. We talked about Bonferroni adjustment, and we talked about the Benjamini-Hochberg procedure for controlling the false discovery rate. And I also mentioned briefly the issues around missing data. I'm not going to look at missing data in detail here. That's a whole topic in itself, how best to replace missing data for analyses where we do need to have replaced them. So what is the non-statistical problem? I haven't really talked about what the non-statistical problem is with large volume. So large volume could first of all mean it takes too much disk space. So many laptops, you only have maybe a few hundred gigabytes of free space on your SSD drive. Usually most laptops, the SSD drive is probably 128, 256 gigabytes. If you've got lots of money, maybe you have a 1 TB drive, but that's relatively rare for SSD drive still. Memory for processing. This is partly a Mac versus Windows issue, but I mean, on PC laptops, in theory, you can usually change the memory. On Mac laptops, you're often stuck. Most Mac laptops now come with 8 gigabytes of memory. That may or may not be sufficient, particularly if your software requires holding tables in memory. So R normally places the full data set in memory, whereas other choices like SAS only keep summaries of the data in memory. So that can be a significant issue. Simply R may not be able to store the full data set in memory. So we're going to look at ways avoiding that particular problem in a few minutes. And even if your laptop is not a problem, so with any modern operating system, it should swap the memory out to the disk if it runs out of memory. But if that drive is not an SSD drive, that may be unbelievably slow. And even if it's an SSD drive, it's usually an order of magnitude slower if it's having to read things off the SSD drive rather than directly from memory. So that brings us on to the general issue of being too slow to process. So that depends on the sophistication of the analysis we're doing. Descriptive analysis is usually quick. Linear models are not that bad, but nonlinear models may take a considerable time to converge, and similarly simulation-based mechanisms. So in the hierarchical linear models workshop I'm going to talk about in 2 weeks' time, we're going to talk about Bayesian methods that use Markov chain Monte Carlo. They use simulations. And so sometimes the simulations take a long time to run, particularly if we have to have an iterative process as well. But that will depend greatly on the model complexity. And then lastly, it could just simply be a matter of the records. So R has a 2 billion record limit. I'm not going to look at any data sets which are close to the 2 billion records limit, but if you have a data set with more than 2 billion records, then R cannot be on its own your solution. But we will say something at the end about possible ways to address that. Okay? So these are the different issues. So we start from relatively simple solutions to more complicated ones. So the simplest one, for example, is you just select the variables you need from the full set of variables. So if there are, say, 100 variables in your data set, but you only need to use 10 of them for the analysis you're doing, you could simply create a subset data set that only contains those 10 variables. That may already help a great deal. If the issue is that you have a very large number of records, then you may just simply be able to sample the records. So that could just be a random sample, or it could be a systematic sample. Systematic samples, as I mentioned earlier in the course book, can be a problem of introducing bias if the data order is informative, and if we don't ultimately estimate using samples that encompass the full data set. But if, for example, we had 20 million records, and we split that up into 10 different systematic samples which don't overlap, but collectively cover the whole sample set. We could run the analysis on each of those samples and then combine our analysis at the end to see what's the overall estimates. And indeed, that's quite a good approach anyway, because it enables us to understand how robust our processes are in the sense of how similar the answers we get based on those samples. On the other hand, if the number of variables is very large, then doing samples of the rows may be problematic, because most statistical procedures indeed assume that the sample size is considerably larger than the number of variables. Anyway, so sometimes those very simple approaches may suffice, at least to get down to the stage where we can store the data set, and both on our hard disk and in memory, and that we can complete the calculations within a reasonable time. So what I want to look at next in somewhat more detail is what I consider the intermediate difficulty. So these are using R packages where instead of storing the full data set in memory, it keeps the data on disk and just reads it in a chunk at a time. So we're going to talk about the FFDF objects in the FF package, and we're going to talk about big LM in the FF-base package. So the FF and FF-base packages together give us tools that enable us to analyze very large data sets in the sense of at least very large number of records, because it doesn't have to keep all the records in memory. It keeps them on the disk. So as long as you're running from an SSD disk, it shouldn't take too long to run the FF and FF-base packages. And although it's not quite the same statistical tools as in the standard version of R, quite a lot of the tools still exist. So the LM tools and the GLM tools, which are standard statistical packages for fitting linear models and generalized linear models, have these big LM and big GLM analogs in the FF-base package, which is what we're going to look at. It's also possible to use R packages such as data.table that reorganize the data in a more structured way that speeds up calculations. I'm not going to talk about those today. And of course, if it's simply your computer that's the problem, you could always buy or borrow a more powerful one. So for example, the ITS team in Hong Kong U has some high-speed computers which you can access for free. I think Hong Kong U has arrangements with both Microsoft and Amazon that you may be able to get access to their computers, if not for free, then at least at relatively low cost. And we'll say a little bit more about using clusters of computers later on. At the moment, I'm assuming that we're just going to use a single computer, although that of course may have multiple processors inside the CPU. But at least you can get a computer that has more memory. It's possible to get computers that have memory up to 1 terabyte and that have SSD drives up to 10 terabytes. Even though those may be relatively expensive, if you only need to use them for a relatively short period of time, then some form of rental or loan agreement may be feasible. So we're going to start by looking at using FF, FF-base, and big LM. As I said, I'm sorry that grad school arranged the workshops that I haven't run my R workshop yet. So I'm assuming that everybody already knows how to use R. If you don't, then you can just follow along. You don't need to try and do it yourself. If you're already relatively expert at using R, you've used R on your computer, you're welcome to follow along as we do this. So installing R, there's a section on this in chapter 20 of the course book. There are a number of issues around this. On Windows, there are issues about security of installation and about virus checking, which may stop certain parts of the installation going. On the Mac, the main issue is that you may need to switch to English during the installation phase. Once you've completed installation, you can usually switch to whatever language you choose. So we're going to look at installing and adding FF-based, which includes FF and the big LM libraries. So I'm now going to switch to R. Let's start up my R instance. And I'm going to do the share of my R console. So this is, now, there is something of an issue with R at the moment because it's relatively recent that R has changed major version. So we're now on to R version 4 point something, as opposed to R version 3 point something. So there have been some relatively significant changes from R3.x to R4.x. It may mean that there are still some packages which have not been fully updated. So one of the issues about R is because it is free and open source, the packages, it's really up to the maintainer of those packages to update it as necessary. So it was necessary generally to update the R packages between R3.x and 4.x. So some packages that may be a problem. But fortunately, the ones that we're looking at today are relatively common packages. So let's have a look. I'm going to look at the package installer, which you probably can't see actually. Let me switch to, I think rather than sharing R directly, given that you couldn't see everything earlier on, let me share my desktop. Okay, so hopefully you can see, in addition to my R console on my Mac, I also have the R package installer. So if we get the list from a repository, I'm using the CRAN repository for binaries rather than the local repository because I want to make sure that it's all been updated. So if we look at FF base, you'll see the current version of FF base is 0.13.3. Now, one thing I strongly encourage is that you click on install dependencies. So you don't just want FF base to be installed, you want all the dependencies. That means all the things that FF base needs to go with it. You can then click install selected and update all just to make sure we've got all of that. So hopefully I now have FF base. We can even check FF separately. There's lots of things that have FF in them, but there's FF here. FF is on version 4.04. Again, I'll make sure that that's installed and updated. I want to make sure sometimes my versions have not been fully updated. And then the other things we want are big LM and big LMM. So we want both of these. So I'm going to select them both, install these. Again, make sure you have all the dependencies in place. Okay, so we can now check to see whether I've been able to do that properly. If I do library, sorry, I mistyped that. Let's try again. Library, FF base. That's loaded properly. Library, big LM. And again, we can check this up here with the package manager to make sure that big LM, let's also load big LMM. And let's make sure that the FF parts are all properly loaded. Yes, FF and FF base have been loaded in the package manager. And I've also got the graphics loaded. So this should mean I have everything I need to run the things which I've put in the book. I would say R is my secondary tool rather than my primary statistics tool. So from time to time, I will make mistakes and get things wrong. So we'll see whether I've managed to get everything right. So, so before we start moving forward, I have given you the data sets in the Google Drive folder. You can download the zip files. So I have already downloaded the zip files from Moodle and Google Drive, and I have already unzipped them. But what I'm going to do now is inside R, you can get the change the working directory. So I encourage you to change your working directory to the one where your files are. Otherwise, you waste a lot of time trying to remember the path to where your files are. So I've got R set up to run the R workshop files, which is not what I want today. I'm going back to my course materials, big data workshop, and my big data files. So in this folder, I've got all the files I gave you, but I've not only got the zip files, I have unzipped the zip files. We can use the zip files directly, but I'm going to use the CSV files directly. These are not small files, so you may not want to keep them in the CSV format after finishing, because otherwise you'll lose several gigabytes of space. So I'm selecting this. So now my working directory should now be set to the correct directory. Now, if when you use ffbase, it gives you an error saying cannot change working directory, then that is a problem. That basically means that your folder you're using, you do not have the permissions to write files in it. So you may need to set fftemp_dir. That means the temporary directory that ff package uses to store the bits of your data file that it's storing on the disk rather than storing in memory. Okay, so you may need to do that options thing, obviously where you replace path to your folder with a path to a folder which you definitely have the permissions to write to. So particularly on Windows, you may find that some of the folders have been locked down. You need to make sure you have at least one folder where R can write files in order to run. Okay, so I want to start with the trade example. Now, one of the things is if you are trying to copy the instructions from the course book, you need to be a bit careful because the instructions are too long to fit on one line, so you may have a problem of getting carriage return line feeds in the middle of the thing you're trying to copy and paste. So let's see whether I've got it right. So I'm going to read the file commodity_trade.csv. These extra instructions basically help FFDF to read that file efficiency. It's essentially telling it how big a chunk to do at a time. And it's telling it that there are no classes to start with. So let's see whether I can get this to work. So if I have, let me just check, did I load the memories? I did the library. I did the library for ffbase and I did the library for big LM. So this should work. So if I now paste into my so it's now gone off to read my file. The data files are stored inside Google Drive. So somebody's having a problem. So let me just go back and I will show you in Moodle. So if we go back to Moodle, I've got to log in again, have I? let's go back, see if I've got the portal still. I'll probably go relog into the portal and go to my e-learning. Go to the big data workshop. So you should get to this Moodle page, the courseware folder in Google Drive. Inside the shared folder, you can see the big data files folder. You can then download all these files from Google Drive and store them on your computer in a folder of your choice. As I said, I then encourage you to, at least for now, unzip these files so that we can access them directly. Okay? So someone sent me a message. Okay, so let's go back to R. Okay, so it's given me some warnings, but at least I believe I should have successfully been able to read in the file. Now, this instruction basically tells R to read in that file using FFDF rather than the normal read instruction. That means it's storing that data not inside memory, but on my disk. Now, what I can do now is check whether I have indeed correctly managed to access the trade data set. So I indeed have my roughly 8 million records on my 10 variables. And if I put names of trade, it tells me the names of my 10 variables. Now, one thing you have to remember is that R is case sensitive. So even though, at least on a Mac, file names are not case sensitive, you can use either lower or uppercase, and the Mac itself doesn't care. Things such as the name of your data set inside R are. So let's see whether I've got this right. Let's see. So for example, if I do names trade with a capital T, you'll see it says error, object trade not found. So this is the sort of thing which I find I keep forgetting. I'm getting old now, so I sometimes forget this, and I can't understand why I can't find my data set. So you do need to be careful. And in fact, when I put the previous version of the course book I gave you in Google Drive folder, actually that error shows up because when you paste things into Word, Word tends to put capital letters at the beginning of a sentence. So there's one of the other data sets in the course book where it's got a capital in one place and not in others, so that will not work. Okay, so we've got our roughly 8 million records. We've got our 10 variables. Oh, if you want, you can now save that FFDF file back as a zip file using pack. So we could do pack.ffdf file equals trade new.zip. Oops, I haven't got this right. I'm sorry, I'm losing. I've got to remember to put my quotes around my file name properly. And I need to tell it that I want to put the trade data set in that. So that's now creating a new zip file version of that trade data set, which, if I remember correctly, is even more efficiently zipped up than the trade file which I gave you to download in Moodle. And this is being zipped in a format that it will have all the information in it. It will have the .r data and .r profiles. So this zip file is better in some ways than the zip file I gave you to download. That file was not was a CSV file rather than an R file. So that means that in future, you could then unpack that tradenew.zip file if you want to load the trade data set rather than using the CSV file. But as you will see, it takes a little time for R to pack or zip, if you like, the file on my computer. Even though my computer has a fairly fast SSD drive, I think it's probably fairly full. So it takes a few minutes to finish exporting the file. So these are the variables. So we're going down. So weight.kg, quantity name. We've still got to do quantity name, quantity, and category. There we go. We're done. So that's how we can export it. And then unpack is just the reverse of this. So I'm not going to bother to unpack it again. Now, in the course book I gave you, there was a mistake. For some reason, I'd copied and pasted from the R section about using summary and stem and leaf, which you cannot use. They're not included in FFDF. However, FFDF has two very useful statistical functions we can use called tabulate and quantile. So let's see if I can get these to work. So tabulate.ff. And I'm going to ask it to tabulate. So let's start with see whether trade year. So the dollar here means it's the trade data set variable year. So this shows you this data set. Basically, because it starts from 0, you'll see none of these years have anything in them. So this tells us that our data set starts from 1981, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So our data set runs from 1988 up to 2000 and I think 16, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah, 2016. So we have about nearly 30 years of data in total. Or we can look at quantile. So quantile.ff of trade year. So that tells us that our data is fairly evenly distributed from 1988 up to 2016. So a quarter of our data is between 88 and 99. Another quarter is between 99 and 2005. Another quarter between 2005 and 2011. And the final quarter from 2011 to 2016. And you can adjust the quantile. You can, if I wanted more detail, I could do quantile.ff trade $year. And let's say I want I want deciles. I want every 10%. I can put in SEQ 0, 1, 0.1. That basically means I want the quantiles from 0 to 1 1/10 apart. If I've got that right, yeah, then this shows us that, in fact, the data is pretty evenly distributed, right? If we've got the deciles, it's quite evenly distributed all the way from 1988 to 2016. Now, this data set I'm choosing, as I said, has about 8 million records. But what we've just done would work with many, many more records, right? We could easily have 100 million records and this would still all work. It would take a little bit longer primarily to read the data file, but once we've read the data file, it's fairly quick to do these sorts of processes. However, remember that the data isn't stored in memory. It is still having to read. So in this case, it's reading the trade year file. There is a file stored in the temporary folder that enables us to do that. And similarly, so what else can we do? So we can do a histogram. So I'm not sure how well this is going to show up. Let's see whether the histogram works. So on the Mac, it loads another window. So I trust that you guys can see that window. It's what's called a quartz window. So on the Mac, you have to have installed Xquartz in order to show the graphics window. Now, this is a slightly tricky issue that with the change of R from 3.x to 4.x, somebody is trying to update Quartz. The Quartz version on the Mac was very outdated. I do not encourage you to install the beta version of Quartz. There is a new beta version of Quartz, but it has some bugs in it. So it's best to stick with the old Quartz version. But if you have updated your Mac OS version, since you installed R, you need to reinstall Quartz. So Windows actually, I think, is easier in this case because you don't have the same problem getting the graphics to work. So this shows us it's not quite evenly distributed. You can see the number of records. So remember, this is not the value of trade. This is the number of trade records. So the number of trade records clearly increased over time from 1990 to 2000, but has been fairly stable since 2000. Now, obviously, in this last year, because of COVID, trade has significantly dropped. So when this data set gets updated to cover 2020 and 2021, we'll obviously see some very interesting patterns of change in terms of how trade has been distorted by the difficulty in getting things traded. So in fact, I purchased something from Europe several months ago, and it got shipped 2 weeks ago by air. And normally air cargo from Denmark, which is where this comes from, should be less than a week. And it took, I think, nearly 3 weeks to arrive. So both air trade and sea trade, again, as you will have presumably noticed, the problems in the Suez Canal has also caused additional problems with sea trade. Okay, so we can see then we can do similar things. So we can't use the summary and stem functions easily within this FF package, but we can do histograms, we can do quantiles, and we can do tabulations. So that's quite nice. So what about models? So what I would like to do now is to see what sort of models. So I've already loaded the library for Big LM. So if you have used R before to do linear models, then you should already be quite familiar. Normally, you write something like a model name. That's where it will store the results of your model. And usually you would type LM for linear model, but in this case, we have to do Big LM. And then this is scrolling off my screen. Let me decrease my console a little bit. So Big LM, and then the first thing in Big LM is what is your dependent variable. So our dependent variable, I'm going to say, is the quantity. And then you have to do a tiddles sign, means is distributed as. So that's basically saying, that's like saying y equals in the model. And then we have to say what the x variables are. What are the covariates and factors in our model? So for now, I'm going to try something very simple. I'm going to put year. Now, I have to tell it which data set I'm using. So data equals trade. And let's see if this works correctly. So this is now, that worked quite fast, only a couple of seconds, which is not bad given that it had to read those 8 million records from my computer hard SSD drive. We can now ask for a summary of that model. So a summary of model 1, which is the one I just did. So that tells me my sample size, large data regression model. The intercept is a very large number. And this is showing a decrease with the year. So that's, but that's because I'm looking at the quantity here in terms of the quantity variable. So in fact, if I look at the histogram of quantity, we didn't look at that. So histogram of trade, dollar quantity. So you will see actually most of the quantities are relatively small, but there are a few very large quantities. And this, remember, is the quantity per record. So that's actually not too surprising it goes down with year, because that's saying per transaction, then the quantity is going down with time, but the number of transactions is going up, right? So we need to be a little bit careful in how we interpret this, but you can see at least we can do this. I can ask for the coefficients of that model. So that's just the coefficients that you saw above in a summary. I can ask for deviance of that model. So this is for linear models, this is just the sum of squares. And if I want to compare this model with other models, I can ask for AIC. So AIC is quite a good criterion for assessing how well the model fits. Now, in fact, that quantity, arguably, probably we shouldn't be using a simple linear model because this is count data. So we arguably should be using a Poisson distribution for the quantity rather than the linear model. Now, if I change from the linear model to the Poisson model, the AIC values will not be comparable, right? We need to be a little bit careful, and the deviance will not be comparable. But we can do that, and we can fit a more, so we could fit a model, a similar model. So I could now choose model 2. So model 2 is going to be, so again, I use big. Now this time, instead of big LM, I'm going to do big GLM, because this is a generalized linear model. So this is just the same as using GLM instead of LM in the usual situation of a smaller data set. So that's the key change. So quantity twiddles year. So this is essentially the same model, except that this time I'm going to say family equals Poisson. That means I want to fit a Poisson distribution, not a normal distribution. And again, I have to tell it which data set I want to look at. Oh, have I not loaded? Sorry, I must not have loaded big GLM. Where's my big GLM gone? Did I forget to install big GLM? Let's check. Huh? What's gone wrong here? That's strange. Where's my big GLM gone? Have I forgotten to load the right thing? It should be inside big LM. What have I done wrong? Something strange happening here. Point where the family equals Poisson. That's very odd. I'll say somebody's asked me about what sort of big data analysis we can do. So I'll say a little bit about that later on. Just a minute. How have I lost my big GLM? Should be an FF base. Did I not load FF base properly? I forget to do that. Let's try and see whether I missed out the FF part. Oh, that's a typo this time. Let's try again. That's very odd. Okay, we'll come back to this later on. What about something very strange? We should have. I must have not loaded something. We'll find it again in a minute. Okay, so anyway, let's have a look at the next data set. The trade one is not as interesting as some of the other ones. So we're now going to look at the airline data. So for the airline data, I'm going to read in the other CSV file. Let's find my airline data. So this is actually just the 2008 data set. So the airline data, yeah, it should be big GLM, I think. Oh, let's see, maybe we'll try that again in a minute. Okay, so the airline data, I've only put the 2008 data here. So this is yearly data. So this is only a small subset of the entire airline data. The link I showed you, I think, had again about 20 years of data. Again, I'm trying to keep it to a manageable size so that we can illustrate this here. Okay, so we've now read that. So let me again check. Yeah, so we have about 7 million records on 29 variables. And there's our 29 variables. Yeah, sorry, let me just go back a minute. Let me just check. Did I? Does that work? No, that doesn't work. So I do need big GLM. I don't know how I've missed it. I'll need to go and check later at the break. Yeah, I had loaded big GLMM as well, but I don't know. Maybe I can't load them both at the same time. Anyway, don't worry. Let's have a look at the airline data. So the airline data, again, we could zip that by packing it. So let's have a look at the sorts of models we can fit here. So there are many different things we could analyze in here. We've got the year, the month, the day of the week, departure time, the scheduled departure time, the arrival time, scheduled arrival time, and so on. We've got the, so what I'm going to look at is modeling the arrival time. So let's have a look at this. So let's try model A. So big LM. And so we're going to model the arrival time. Again, I have to be careful about the case. It's capital A and capital T. So distributed as, so let's start with something very simple. So the monthly data here is text. It's not a number, so I have to convert it from text into a factor. So I have to put as.character month. Again, I need to be careful that I've used capital N for month. And then the data is in the air 08. Okay, so this is checking to see whether the arrival time is different across the months. So let's have a look at the summary of that model. So this shows us that the arrival time is varying across the months. So it's using month 1 as the reference point, so that you can see that relatively there are earlier arrival times in particularly June, July, and August. So this is the implication is during holiday periods, the arrival times shift, right? So we could, for example, fit a factor that distinguished, if you like, say maybe June, July, and August from the other months to see whether they're different. In fact, arguably, there's maybe 3 groups here. We've got March, April, May in one group, June, July, and August in another group, and then September through to February as another group. So we could construct essentially a seasonal variable in order to see whether that explains the variation in arrival time. The other thing I could look into is distance, because you would expect distance to have an effect, because if it's a short flight, normally it would arrive, it would not arrive so early in the day, right? Because you wouldn't have an overnight flight. So let's have a look. So we'll take this model we already have. Oh, so I can actually ask this one to give us the AIC. So we're now going to fit the same model, except we will add in a distance term. So we do plus and then distance. So it's distance with a capital D. All right, it was a mistake. I should have changed the model name. Never mind. I've overwritten my previous model. So this is showing you that the time increases with distance. And let's have a look at this AIC to see how this compares. So you can see the AIC has gone down. The AIC number is very large. So this is a very big data set. So generally we would get large values to AIC. So that wasn't very smart that I reused the model. So let's try again. We could try in addition to distance, whether there is also a day of the week effect. So let me be more careful this time. That will call that model C. And this time I'm going to add in. So again, day of the week is text. So I have to put in as.character. But be careful, this is capital D, capital O, capital W, I think. So now it does take a little bit longer. Summary of model C. And you can see, again, now we can see quite clear this, again, day of the week 1, which is, I assume, Sunday, is our reference point. So you can see the main difference is Friday and Saturday. So Friday and Saturday are clearly quite different from the other days of the week, even after we've put the month in there. Okay, and we can again do AIC. And again, the AIC is still going down. We could model other things. We could model, C, that's D. We could model the elapsed time, for example. So I'm going to look at the scheduled elapsed time. So in other words, this is basically ignoring delays. This is taking delays out of this. So again, be careful about my capital letters. CRS elapsed time. Let's check that I've got that right. CRS, capital E and capital T. And I'm again, perhaps I will try the same elements that I had up here of month, distance, and day of the week. So obviously for elapsed time, I would expect a much stronger effect as distance. Sorry, summary of model D. So we can see the distance effect is very strong. There is some day of the week and month effects. The month effects are still pretty strong. You can see that we've got that November, December, January, February are quite different to the other months, right? So this is the scheduled time for the flights. So again, this is suggesting that in particular for the holiday period of November and December, particularly December, we've got longer scheduled elapsed times. That could be that there are longer flights, even after controlling for distance. It could also be that because there's a lot more air traffic around Christmas, they already schedule the flights knowing it will probably take longer, right? So we can continue to look at this. We can continue to examine different models. So essentially all the things that we can do using LM and GLM, we can replicate using these larger, these mechanisms which store the data on the disk rather than storing them in memory. So I think I promised somebody asked me why I didn't take a break this morning. It's because I forgot, I'm sorry. So why don't we take a quick break now for 15 minutes. I'm going to find out why my big GLM did not load. And then we can come back and look at the big GLM for the trade data and look at the gun data, which I think is a rather more interesting one to examine. And then we'll finish off by looking at some other mechanisms for handling very large data sets. Okay, so I'm going to take a break for a few minutes. So it's now 3:33. Let's say that we will start again. So restart at 3:45. Okay. Okay, so there's something very weird going on with big GLM because I actually copy and paste the example from the R documentation. It doesn't work. Says I need to, it should work. Very strange. So there must be some interaction between the different elements of R. Let me try again. Yeah, it says it doesn't work, but unless it's a problem. Very strange. So it should be in FF. Claims it's. This is weird. It says big glm.ffdf is inside the package FF. Weird. All right. So maybe we just have to look at the GLM parts for today. So let me try that. If I do the same thing. Yeah, we don't need this. Yeah, so big LM is working fine without any problems, but big GLM is not for some reason. And I can't actually understand why. So let's go back. So the data set we haven't looked at yet is the gun violence example. So let's have a look at that one. So we're going to read the gunviolence.csv file. Oh, sorry, I haven't changed my directory back. I restarted. Okay, let's try again. Okay, so we're loading the gunviolence.csv file. So in the version of the course book I gave you, it was capital G. So this is words autocorrect. So you can use capital G, but that means you need to use capital G every time you reference gun. So this is about 230,000 records on 29 variables. So we've got incident ID, date, state, city or county, and so on. And the sort of thing that's interesting here is what determines how many are killed. So let's try a very simple one. But as I said, I can't now do the proper analysis. Using big GLM because it doesn't want to work. So we're going to have to ignore the fact that this is count data for the moment. Let's just have a look. Number killed. Let's start out with a very simple model. Assume that the number killed depends on what. Let me think. We will start. So I think I have a simple. What's the simplest? Oh, state. Yeah, I think that's probably the simplest one. Sorry, I didn't put the data file in. So this is asking whether the number killed depends on the state. Well, obviously that's going to be the case because some states have more people than others, right? So that's not too surprising that it will vary. So we really should be including the population of these different states, but we don't have that data in here. So what I was originally proposing to do was to look at, for example, how this varies according to latitude and longitude, and we can compare that with this. So if we do this AIC model E, so we can compare this model to one that says, rather than the state, what if we look at how it varies according to the longitude and latitude? Okay, so let's try. F, where instead of the state, we can put longitude and latitude. So this one is worse, right? So simple longitude and latitude. Remember, this is assuming that longitude and latitude are linear. So a simple linear trend is not a very good explanation, right? So at the very least, we would want to assume that it's some form of a quadratic relationship with longitude and latitude. So we can do that. So number killed. So we can have not only longitude and latitude, so if we want a quadratic model in longitude and latitude, that means we want to add longitude crossed with latitude. And we would ideally want to put longitude and latitude squared. Now, one of the issues, if you're already knowledgeable with R, you will know that in the model, you can't just put longitude squared and latitude squared. You have to put plus I brackets. So that basically means an indicator of longitude to the power of 2. And then we can put plus I latitude to the power of 2. Okay. Sorry, I've got a typo in there. Let's try again. Here we have double D. So we can now compare this model so this one you can see still is not that great. So it's true that the state model has more parameters, but AIC already takes into account the number of parameters in making the comparison. So a simple geographical model assume that it's a quadratic function of longitude and latitude doesn't work as well as assuming it's different across the states. Again, this is not too surprising because this is absolute number of killed. But this is the number killed actually per incident. It's not the number killed per year, it's the number killed per incident. So what that says is it still should be comparable across different locations. So if we look at this, which are the ones which are big and positive? So look at Texas is positive, Nevada is positive, and Arizona is positive. So these are 3 states which have relatively relaxed gun laws, right? So what would be interesting would be to put a variable in here that was some sort of indicator as to what type of gun regulations or laws there are in the different states and see whether that explains the variation across the states. Or we could also look at a model for the number injured rather than the number killed, because obviously that we have more data on the people who are injured. So we could repeat the model we have up here. So instead of looking at number killed, let's call this E1, and we'll look at the number injured. And again, we can look at a summary of that to see how that varies across states. So you will see that again, so this time it's a bit different, right? We've got Illinois is positive. We've got Ohio is positive, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, and Virginia. So it's a different pattern when we look at the number of people injured than we saw when we looked at the number of people who were killed. So I don't know enough about gun regulation to understand why that might be. So one of the issues, of course, is the type of gun. And in fact, what do we have? We have some information, but I don't think it's very systematic about the gun that was used. If I remember correctly, where are we? Yeah, we have gun type in V13, but if I remember correctly, it's not very helpful. It's textual information. We also know whether the gun was stolen or not. So there's other information in here, but it would require a more sophisticated analysis, given that much of this is textual. We would need to try and work out how to extract from that textual data something that we can include in our model. Okay, so I'm sorry I can't show you the big GLM part. I will find out how to fix that and send you that information later, and I will update the course. But this is very strange. It worked last time I did this. So I think it must be something to do with the change from R3 to R4. That something has got lost. I could definitely get these all to work last time. Let me check. What did I have in the end as the? Yeah, I got big G. I got big LM. Wait a minute. So library FF base, and then what other library did I load? Yeah, so in the past, FF base and big LM should have been sufficient. So I think big LMM is the replacement for big LM. I mean, I guess I could just try that quickly to see if it makes a difference. But some of this stuff should be, oh, how come it's lost FF base? Is that the problem? Let me try again. Yeah, oh, okay. Ah. Yeah, some of these are overwritten by big LMM, so that it could be to do with this changeover from big LM to big LMM. Let me just try one more time. Let's just check. That's the one that worked just now. What if I now put big GLM? Will it work this time? No. What if I put .ffdf? No, there's some problem. So sorry about that. I'll work out which combination of libraries we actually need to load in order to get big GLM to work on these FFDF things. It should work. And that would enable us to do generalized linear models, which is what we should be doing for the gun data, because this is count. This is how many people were injured or how many people were killed. Okay, so let's come back to my slides. So I'm going to change the share to put back to share this screen directly for the moment. Make it a bit easier to read. So, more difficult solutions. So there are other things that we could have done. So in some situation, we can break down the analysis by variables or rows. So rather than necessarily having to create different data files just for a particular analysis, if the data is stored in, for example, a database like an SQL database, then we only need to extract the rows and columns needed for each analysis, assuming that that would reduce the size sufficiently. So there are packages inside R which are compiled and will automatically do this.
Professor, I think you have muted yourself.
Ah. You okay now?
And we'll show you how to use these functions to manipulate data frames and to manage data in a more efficient and kind of easy to use way. The dplyr package is about working with data frames, and because data frames are key data structure in statistics and in R in general. So the basic assumptions that are made by the dplyr package are that the data in a given data frame, each observation is represented by one row, and then every column represents a variable or a measure or characteristic. So these are basic concepts from the notion of kind of tidy data, right? So there are a number of different implementations for the dplyr package in terms of backends for representing data frames, but we'll use for this presentation just the default R implementation. But you can use dplyr with things like the data table package and with relational database systems. So the dplyr package was developed by Hadley Wickham at RStudio. It can be thought of as an optimized and distilled version of the plyr package, which we also talk about here. And it doesn't necessarily conceptually provide any new functionality, but it greatly simplifies a lot of the existing functionality in R, and it makes it a lot faster. And one of the reasons why it's a lot faster is because a lot of the key operations are coded in C++, kind of at a low level. So some of the basic dplyr verbs are select, filter, arrange, rename, and mutate, as well as summarize. And so we're going to cover each one of these verbs, so to speak, in the grammar of data manipulation in this presentation. So select basically returns a subset of the columns of a data frame. Filter extracts a subset of rows. Arrange allows you to reorder the rows of a data frame while preserving the order of the other columns. Rename lets you rename a variable, and mutate kind of transforms or adds new variables to a data frame. And then finally, summarize helps you generate summary statistics of the data frame. So all the dplyr functions kind of have a similar format. And so the first argument is always a data frame. And then the subsequent arguments are just kind of describe what to do with it. So in the select function, for example, you refer to different column names by their name. And the filter function, you might create a kind of logical test to subset rows, and so that's what goes into the second argument of each one of these functions. The result is always a new data frame. So each one of these functions takes a data frame as an argument and it always returns a data frame. So, and so you have to be careful that your data frames are always properly formatted and annotated. For example, the factor levels are all kind of annotated, and that the variable names are all there for all these functions to be useful. So the first thing, of course, is you need to load the dplyr package, and you'll get some warning messages as you load the dplyr package. But because there are other functions that have the same name, but you don't have to worry about that for the moment. So the first function we'll talk about is the select function. And so I'm going to use a sample data set here that you can download from the website. And so I'm going to load it here. And it's a data set on air pollution and temperature air pollution and weather variables in the city of Chicago for the years 1987 to 2005, and it's kind of daily data. So if you take a look at the dimensions of the data set, you'll see that there are 6,940 rows and 8 columns, and here are the first couple of rows of the data set and the first 5 columns. Now, one of the things you can do for any data frame is to look at the names or the variable names using the names function. So here I'm going to print out the first few variable names. And one of the nice things you can do with the select function in dplyr is to actually access the columns or a set of columns in the data frame using the names rather than the indices into the columns. So here, let's say if I want to look at the columns starting with city and ending with DPTP, which is the dew point column, and I want to include all the columns in between, I can just say, I can use this notation, which is city : DPTP, which is not a notation that you can that you would normally be able to use in other functions, but you can use it here in the select function, and you can see it selects all the columns between the city column and the dew point column. So it's a nice and handy way to look at subsets of columns of a data frame by just you referring to them by their names. Similarly, you can use the minus sign to say, I want to look at all of the columns except for the columns indicated by this range. And you can use the select function to just say minus on that city : dew point sequence, and you'll get all of the columns except those few columns. So the equivalent code to do this in kind of regular R without using the dplyr package is a little bit tricky, because you have to find the index for where the city column is, and then you have to find the index for where the dew point column is, and then you need to take the negative of those indices. So it's not particularly complicated, but it's an extra 2 lines of code, and perhaps not as readable. The filter function is the next function in dplyr that we'll talk about, and it's basically used to subset rows based on conditions. So for example, you might want to take all the rows in the Chicago data set where PM 2.5 is greater than 30. So I've got that condition here as the second argument. And so that just creates a logical sequence, and it subsets the rows in the Chicago data frame based on that sequence. And you see the first few rows here that I printed out, all of the values of PM 2.5 are greater than 30. But you don't have to just subset rows based on values in one column. You could take multiple columns and create a more complicated logical sequence. So here I'm looking at PM 2.5 greater than 30, as well as temperature greater than 80. And you can see that now in this, when I print out the first couple of rows here, all of the temperature values are greater than 80, and all the PM 2.5 values are greater than 30. So you can have an arbitrarily complex logical sequence there, and the filter function will subset the rows based on that sequence. And again, the nice thing about this function, just like with select, is that you can refer the variable names directly using their names, and you don't have to kind of subset out each variable using the various subset operators. The next function, arrange, has a simple purpose. It's basically used to reorder the rows of a data frame based on the values of a column. And this is something that can be kind of a pain in the neck to do in R, and the arrange function makes it quite a bit simpler and easier to read. So here, this example is very simple. I just want to arrange, I want to order the rows of the data frame according to the date variable. So I want the date variable, so the kind of the lowest date to be on top, and the highest date to be, or the latest date to be on the bottom. So I arrange the Chicago data set to by the date variable. You can see that the first couple rows start in 1987, and then when I use the tail function to look at the last couple rows, you can see that they all end in 2005. So the data set is ordered now according to the date. Now, of course, we might want to also, for example, arrange the rows in descending order. So the desc function, or the DESC indicator, can be used in the arrange functions to say you want to sort the rows in descending order of date in this case. You can see now when I print out the first few rows, they start with all the values in 2005 and go down and go backwards, and the last few rows end in 1987. So I've just reversed the order of all the rows in the data frame according to the date. The rename function is very simple. It can be used to rename a variable in R, but actually this is a surprisingly hard and annoying thing to do in R if you don't have a function like this. And so here you can see that I've got the names of the variables here, and the PM2.5 variable is called PM25 tmean2, which is a bit of a mouthful, and I might want to simplify that. Maybe I just want to call it PM2.5. Similarly, the dew point variable is called dptp, which is not particularly intuitive, so I might want to rename that variable too. So here I just call the rename function. Again, I pass it a data frame, and then I say I give it the new name, and I say equals, and then I give it the old name. So now I want to say dew point equals dptp, and then I give it PM2.5 equals PM25 tmean2, and that renames those two columns in the data frame, and it leaves all the other columns untouched. So now when I print out the first couple rows of this data frame, you can see that the dew point variable is there properly named, and the PM25 variable there is properly named. The mutate function is used to simply transform existing variables or to create new variables. So here in this example, I want to create a new variable called PM25dtrend. And this is basically the PM2.5 variable with the mean subtracted off. So I want to kind of center the variable. So here I just create this new variable called PM25dtrend, and I said equals PM25 minus the mean of that variable. And when I look at the first couple rows of both the PM25 and the PM25dtrend variable, you can see that the PM25 variable is unchanged. It's in micrograms per meter cubed, but the PM25dtrend variable is kind of in deviations from the mean, and so it will have kind of negative and positive values. So finally, the group by function allows you to kind of essentially behind the scenes split a data frame according to certain categorical variables. So in this example, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a temperature category variable, which will indicate whether a given day was hot or cold, depending on whether the temperature was over 80 degrees or not. So I create this factor variable called tempcat, and then I use the group by function to create a new kind of data structure based on the original data frame and this tempcat variable. And so I call that new data structure hot cold. And you can see, you can print it out here, and it has a slightly different format. So now I can use the summarize function. And being from the US, I use the Z spelling for summarize, but you can also use the S spelling for summarize. So I summarize this hot cold object now, which has been split based on the temperature category variable. And what I want to know is I want to know what's the mean PM2.5 for both hot and cold days, what's the maximum ozone for hot and cold days, and what's the median nitrogen dioxide or NO2 for both hot and cold days. And you can see here that if I just print, it prints out a little data frame that has the levels of the tempcat variable, which are cold, hot, and NA, so there are some missing values. And it gives you the summary statistics for PM2.5, ozone, and NO2 in each of those categories. Now, actually, so there is missing data in the PM2.5 variable, so I need to specify the na.rm equals true in order to get the means of those values with ignoring the missing values. So now you can see that, that PM2.5 tends to be lower when it's cold and higher when it's hot. And these are the summary statistics for each of the pollutants in these temperature categories. I can also categorize the data set on other variables. So for example, I might want to do a summary for each year in the data set. And so I can use the mutate function to create a year variable, which is based on the date. I can extract the year information from the date variable by using the as.posixlt function. And then I group by the Chicago data set by year now, instead of previously we had this temperature category. And I can use the summarize function in the same way. And now I get a summary for each of the 3 different pollutant variables for each of the years in the data set. And you can see that in general, particularly for PM2.5, there's kind of a downward trend over time, which is nice. So the dplyr package implements a special operator that allows you to kind of chain different operations together. So much like the way we did in the previous kind of operations that I showed you, and does it in a way that kind of allows you to see what operations are happening in a kind of a readable way. And so it's indicated by a percent symbol and then the greater than symbol and the percent symbol. And so I'll just call it the pipeline operator for now. And so the idea is that you kind of take a data set and you feed it through a pipeline of operations to create a new data set. So here I've got the Chicago data set, and I want to mutate it to create a month variable because I want to create a summary of each of the pollutant variables by month. And so I create the month variable with mutate, and then I want to take the output of mutate and then group by it, use it according to this month variable. And then I want to take the output of group by and then run it through summarize. And so notice that when I call mutate, group by, and summarize, and when I use the pipeline operator, I don't have to specify the data frame as the first argument because that's kind of implied by the use of the pipeline operator. So you can skip that argument and go directly to the operation that you're trying to do with either the mutate, group by, or summarize functions. And so you can see that the output of this long pipeline of operations is a data frame that shows you the summary statistics of each of the 3 pollutant variables by each of the 12 months in the year. So the pipeline operator is a really handy tool because it prevents you from having to kind of assign a number of temporary variables that you subsequently feed into another function. And it allows you to kind of chain a bunch of operations in one sequence that's both readable and powerful. So a couple other benefits just to do when you use dplyr is that you can work with other data frame backends. So this is just using the default R implementation. But for example, you can use the data.table package, which is designed for very large and fast tables. Similarly, the SQL interface for relational databases via the DBI package can be used. So if you have data stored in a relational database, you can use all the same functions in the dplyr package and manipulate the data in either a data.table object or an SQL database, and without having to relearn a whole new set of tools. So that's really handy. Once you've kind of gotten fluent in the dplyr package, you can translate the skills to other database backends almost immediately.
Okay, so I'm sorry that I was muted in that earlier session. Essentially, what I said was I have been unable to get the big GLM function to work. It seems there's some conflict between the different packages, and I will fix that and send you an update telling you how to get around that. Okay, so what are the other alternatives? Well, you could switch from R to SAS, for example. So this university, the statistics department, used to teach SAS. But in fact, these days, SAS has largely gone after the commercial market. It's not very interested in universities anymore. So SAS is really very expensive. So that can help if the only issue is the size of the database that you're trying to link to. So what if the data set is still too big, even after we've tried all of these different approaches? So the main alternative, which we can consider, is to split the work across a cluster of computers. So this needs new software tools that essentially map the work out across the cluster of computers and then reduce it back together. So this may use Python instead of R to actually do the mapping and reducing function. And there are structures around this called Hadoop. Now, ITS has Python tools, and there's a PDF from the ITS website included in the things I've given you. Python is also very useful for data cleaning. There is a module called Pandas. I'm not going to go through this because I'm not an expert in that, but there are tools out there, because I would argue that the hardest part often with big data sets is that the data needs some form of cleaning, or at the very least, you need to identify what the problems are. You saw in that dplyr example just now, I was somewhat horrified by the way he just basically flipped over the issue about missing data. And in fact, if you looked at it, you could see that in fact, there was no PM 2.5 data for the early years. So it was simply not there. So his conclusion was quite wrong. He said it's generally going down. In fact, the early years, there is no data at all. And then there were 2 middle years when it was high, and then no real evidence of change in the years since then. So those are the sorts of things which, if you don't properly handle the missing data, may be hidden from you and you may not realize what the problem is. So anyway, I'm going to show you a couple more videos, or 3 more videos about Hadoop and Python. So this one is explaining the concept behind Hadoop.
Let's rewind to the days before the world turned digital. Back then, minuscule amounts of data were generated at a relatively sluggish pace. All the data was mostly documents, and in the form of rows and columns. Storing or processing this data wasn't much trouble, as a single storage unit and processor combination would do the job. But as years passed by, the internet took the world by storm, giving rise to tons of data, generated in a multitude of forms and formats every microsecond. Semi-structured and unstructured data was available now in the form of emails, images, audio, and video, to name a few. All this data became collectively known as big data. Although fascinating, it became nearly impossible to handle this big data, and a storage unit processor combination was obviously not enough. So, what was the solution? Multiple storage units and processors were undoubtedly the need of the hour. This concept was incorporated in the framework of Hadoop that could store and process vast amounts of any data efficiently using a cluster of commodity hardware. Hadoop consisted of 3 components that were specifically designed to work on big data. In order to capitalize on data, the first step is storing it. The first component of Hadoop is its storage unit, the Hadoop Distributed File System, or HDFS. Storing massive data on one computer is unfeasible. Hence, data is distributed amongst many computers and stored in blocks. So, if you have 600 megabytes of data to be stored, HDFS splits the data into multiple blocks of data that are then stored on several data nodes in the cluster. 128 megabytes is the default size of each block. Hence, 600 megabytes will be split into 4 blocks, A, B, C, and D of 128 megabytes each, and the remaining 88 megabytes in the last block, E. So, now you might be wondering, what if one data node crashes? Do we lose that specific piece of data? Well, no. That's the beauty of HDFS. HDFS makes copies of the data and stores it across multiple systems. For example, when block A is created, it is replicated with a replication factor of 3 and stored on different data nodes. This is termed the replication method. By doing so, data is not lost at any cost, even if one data node crashes, making HDFS fault tolerant. After storing the data successfully, it needs to be processed. This is where the second component of Hadoop, MapReduce, comes into play. In the traditional data processing method, entire data would be processed on a single machine having a single processor. This consumed time and was inefficient, especially when processing large volumes of a variety of data. To overcome this, MapReduce splits data into parts and processes each of them separately on different data nodes. The individual results are then aggregated to give the final output. Let's try to count the number of occurrences of words taking this example. First, the input is split into 5 separate parts based on full stops. The next step is the mapper phase, where the occurrence of each word is counted and allocated a number. After that, depending on the words, similar words are shuffled, sorted, and grouped. Following which, in the reducer phase, all the grouped words are given a count. Finally, the output is displayed by aggregating the results. All this is done by writing a simple program. Similarly, MapReduce processes each part of big data individually, and then sums the result at the end. This improves load balancing and saves a considerable amount of time. Now that we have our MapReduce job ready, it is time for us to run it on the Hadoop cluster. This is done with the help of a set of resources, such as RAM, network bandwidth, and CPU. Multiple jobs are run on Hadoop simultaneously, and each of them needs some resources to complete the task successfully. To efficiently manage these resources, we have the third component of Hadoop, which is Yarn. Yet another resource negotiator, or Yarn, consists of a resource manager, node manager, application master, and containers. The resource manager assigns resources. Node managers handle the nodes and monitor the resource usage in the node. The containers hold a collection of physical resources. Suppose we want to process the MapReduce job we had created. First, the application master requests the container from the node manager. Once the node manager gets the resources, it sends them to the resource manager. This way, Yarn processes job requests and manages cluster resources in Hadoop. In addition to these components, Hadoop also has various big data tools and frameworks dedicated to managing, processing, and analyzing data. The Hadoop ecosystem comprises several other components like Hive, Pig, Apache Spark, Flume, and Scoop, to name a few. The Hadoop ecosystem works together on big data management. So, here's a question for you. What is the advantage of the 3x replication schema in HDFS? A. Supports parallel processing. B. Faster data analysis. C. Ensures fault tolerance. D. Manages cluster resources. Give it a thought and leave your answers in the comment section below. 3 lucky winners will receive Amazon gift vouchers. Hadoop has proved to be a game changer for businesses, from startups and big giants like Facebook, IBM, eBay, and Amazon. There are several applications of Hadoop, like data warehousing, recommendation systems, fraud detection, and so on. We hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, a thumbs up would be really appreciated. Here's your reminder to subscribe to our channel and click on the bell icon for more on the latest technologies and trends. Thank you for watching, and stay tuned for more from Simplilearn.
Okay, so that explains generally how the Hadoop setup works. And now I'm not going to explain the whole issues about Python. Python is essentially, there are all sorts of YouTube videos saying which should you learn, Python or R, which I think is a false dichotomy. Python and R are both important tools. If you intend to do big data analysis, you need both of those tools. So it's not really one or the other. But this is a very simple example about the map filter reduce that was just mentioned, about how that sort of thing works in Python.
If you want to sell online, make sure you stand out. Go to Wix Ecom.
Software engineers spend a lot of time working with lists. You work on Wall Street, you're analyzing lists of stock prices. Writing software for a drone delivery service, you're processing lists of orders. You work at FriendFace, you're profiling lists of users with your mountain of personal data. A lot of code is spent analyzing, filtering, and combining the items in a list. Python gives you functions to streamline these tasks, the map, filter, and reduce functions. We will now iterate over this list of functions, one by one. Let us begin with the map function. Suppose we have a function that computes the area of a circle with radius r. What if we need to compute the areas for many different circles? Here is a list of their radii. One way to do this would be to first create an empty list of areas. Next, you could loop over the list of radii. For each radius, you would compute the area of the circle, then append it to the area list. This block of code is very clear and direct. But with the map function, we can accomplish this with a single line of code. The map function takes 2 arguments. The first is a function, and the second is your list, tuple, or other iterable object. Here, map will apply the area function to each element in the list. But look, the output of the map function is not a list. It is a map object, which is actually an iterator over the results. This is highly favorable, especially when working with large collections of data. We can, however, turn this into a list by passing the map to the list constructor. If brevity is the soul of wit, then Python is in a class by itself. Here is the general way the map function works. Suppose you have a list, tuple, or other iterable collection of data, and we would like to apply the function f to each piece of data. With the map function, you first specify the function, then you specify the data to iterate over. The map function will return an iterator over the collection of f applied to each piece of data. For a second example, we will use the map function when working with data for a map. Suppose you work for a weather reporting service, and all of your temperature data is stored in Celsius. Then, unexpectedly, someone asks for a weather map in Fahrenheit. How could this happen? I just do not know. Nevertheless, we live to serve the user. Here is a list of temperature data for some major cities around the world. Each tuple contains the name of the city in English and the temperature in degrees Celsius. Our goal is to convert this to a list where the degrees are in Fahrenheit. Here is the formula for converting from Celsius to Fahrenheit. First, we will write a converter function using a lambda expression. This function will accept a tuple as the input and will return a tuple with the same name, but the temperature in Fahrenheit. If you are unfamiliar with lambda expressions, they are a way to create short functions in a single line. We have a video that covers this topic in detail. You can now create a list of data in Fahrenheit by mapping the converter function to our list of temperature data. Do not forget your jacket if you are visiting Argentina. The filter function is used to select certain pieces of data from a list, tuple, or other collection of data. This name was chosen because it filters out the data you do not need. Suppose you are analyzing some data and you would like to select all values that are above the average. First, import the statistics module since it contains the mean function. Here is a short list of data that I collected from a nearby fuel sensor. Let us compute the average of this data. Then display the average so that you can see that the filter works as intended. We will now use the filter function to select the data greater than the average. Just like with map, the first argument is a function. We will create an anonymous function that tests the input to see if it is above average. Next, pass in the list of data. The filter function will only return the data for which the function is true. Once again, the return value is not a list, but a filter object, which is an iterator over the results. We can create a list of the results by passing the filter function to the list constructor. It worked. These are the 3 values above the mean. And with a small change to the lambda expression, you can select the values below average. I should check the sensor. We cannot have negative amounts of fuel, can we? Let us see another interesting use of the filter function. When you are working with data from outside sources, you will often encounter missing data or empty values. For example, here is a partial list of the countries in South America. Notice there are numerous strings that are empty. To remove these, we'll use the filter function, but instead of passing in a function, we'll simply pass none as the first argument. The second argument is the list of data as before. This filters out all values that are treated as false in a Boolean setting. In Python, the values that are treated as false are the empty string, 0, an empty list, empty tuple, empty dictionary, false, none, and those objects that signal to Python that it is a trivial instance. But be careful when using the filter function in this way. 0 is a valid piece of data in most situations, so you would not want to filter that out. The last function on our list is the reduce function. This function is a bit unusual. In fact, as of Python 3, it is no longer a built-in function. Instead, it has been demoted to the functools module. The creator of Python had this to say about the reduce function. Use functools.reduce if you really need it. However, 99% of the time, an explicit for loop is more readable. Once you see an example of the reduce function, you are likely to agree. Here is how the reduce function works. Suppose you have a sequence of data and a function that takes 2 arguments. The reduce function will first apply f to the first 2 terms. Next, it will apply f to the output value and to the third piece of data. Then it will repeat this process. In each step, it applies f to the previous output value and the next term in the sequence. Once it has reached the last piece of data, it will return the final value. Alternatively, the reduce function computes this nested value. Let us see an example. To use the reduce function, we must first import it from the functools module. Let us use the reduce function to multiply all numbers in a list. For this demonstration, we will multiply the first 10 prime numbers. To use the reduce function, we need a function that takes 2 inputs. We will use a lambda expression to make a function that will multiply the 2 inputs. And there is the product. Here is how it would look if you multiply the prime numbers using a for loop instead of the reduce function. Which do you prefer? The map, filter, and reduce functions greatly simplify the process of working with lists and other iterable collections of data. In fact, if you use lambda expressions, your work can often be done in a single line. After you master these functions, you will realize that Python should be a comedian because it's full of one-liners.
Okay, so, I mean, that was meant to be witty, but I think you can see that the functionality of Python and R are really complementary. Right? If you want to manipulate lists of information, then Python is probably an excellent tool. If you are primarily looking at doing statistical calculations, then R is obviously your primary tool. But the two things together can be even more powerful. Okay, so I had one last video about data science using Python, but I don't think I really need to go through that. That's really about people. If you're interested in that, you can watch that video later on. So somebody asked, I did actually get one question that said, can you share how big data analysis can be used in research? What sort of research questions could one investigate? So that's a difficult question. I think the issue is, first of all, it really depends on what sort of big data you have. As I mentioned near the beginning, one of the problems of big data is often that the information is not representative. It may have bias. It may not be reliable, at least in some parts. But there are things which can be extremely useful and which we cannot solve easily in other ways. So I can give one example of a big data project which I worked on. So the principal investigator is a professor in electrical engineering. So this is looking at air quality in Hong Kong. So this, I think, is a nice example of how big data methods can be extremely useful in a way that traditional methods cannot. So the issue is, if you want to estimate or predict the air quality at a place in Hong Kong, how can you do it? So obviously one way would be simply to get the air pollution measurements and collect them over a series of years at that place. So that's fine for the historical, but what if you want to make forward predictions? What if I want minute-by-minute predictions and I don't have an air quality meter at my particular location? So this is clearly a spatial problem. So the question then is what can we do? Because in fact, the government has air quality measuring stations, but they only have a small number of them, less than 20 of them across the whole of Hong Kong. And clearly air quality varies, is a very local issue. So one of the things you can do in that situation is to try and identify what variables predict the spatial connection of air quality. So one of the tools that I have not talked about, we haven't talked about time series, and we haven't talked about causation as such. I mentioned briefly about association versus causation. So if we look at causation, so how might we try and measure causation? So one of the ways that you can try to measure causality in a particular case is what's called Granger causality. So Granger causality, in effect, says if I have a sequence of data, right? If I want to know whether X causes Y, the question then, if X causes Y in some sense, in a Granger sense, what that should mean is predictions of Y based on past values of Y and on past values of X should be better than predictions of Y based only on the past values of Y. So for example, if I want to predict whether it rains tomorrow, knowing whether it has rained in the previous few days is useful. So the question is, if I want to know whether wind direction also Granger causes rain, then that would mean that past wind direction would give me a better prediction of rainfall rather than just knowing the past rainfall. So this is basically saying causality in a testable sense, because we know that causality can only go forwards in time, it cannot go backwards. So Granger causality could be seen as weaker than true causation, but at least it's something which is testable if we have a time sequence. So Granger causality can be extended to do answer spatial questions. In other words, if knowing, say, traffic measurements in nearby area can help me to better predict air quality in a spatial sense. In other words, if basically the more I know about traffic movements in my area, the better I can predict air quality beyond simply knowing the history of air quality, that would indicate that traffic movement is causing air quality in some sense. So by this professor extended Granger causality to both spatial correlation and time correlation, and was able to build much better models to predict air quality at different points in time and at different points in space. So this is an example where big data is essential because we essentially need to use information about traffic flows all over Hong Kong if we want to be able to make predictions of air quality all over Hong Kong. So essentially, the more data you have about from weather measurements or from air quality measurements or from traffic flows or anything else that might be relevant, you can at least check and say, does this help me produce better predictions of the thing I'm interested in, i.e. air quality? So simple linear models in those sorts of situations don't work well. We do need to find ways to take account of, in particular, spatial and time correlations and try and see whether we can get better predictions. Again, so Granger causality is a useful concept because it basically doesn't just say, is the wind direction correlated with rainfall, but it says specifically, after taking into account the history of rainfall, does the history of wind direction give us additional value in terms of producing better estimates? Now, of course, we again have to evaluate those estimates in a relatively sophisticated way. So I haven't really talked about validation tools in here. There are a number of different statistical tools to try and evaluate how good my predictions are. So in the same sort of way as AIC and BIC, which are talked in here about model evaluation, there are other tools for evaluating model predictions which can be used in specific situations.